Each presenter will be given 10 minutes for the presentation, and afterwards we will have 5 minutes Q&A session. And I hope the presenter will be there to answer the questions. Let us start with the first presentation, that is on activity-based teaching methods implemented by teachers in the primary mathematics. And the paper ID is ED33, and the presenter is LSK Iriagama. Over to you, Iriagama. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Oh. Hello?
Madam, can you hear, madam? It's playing. We started playing it.
Yes, now it's okay.
Now we,
Good morning, everybody. I am Shamli Regan, lecturer of Amarpuri Teachers Training College. Today I am very glad to present basic section about my research basic activity teaching methods implemented by teachers in primary mathematics. My presentation has been categorized as follows: introduction, aim, objective, methodology, findings, conclusions, and solution. According to the National Committee for Formation and New Education Act for General Education 2008, primary education must be activity-based oriented, must be adept and enjoyable learning approach. How beautiful are these pictures! It seems us. How can children enjoy these activities? What is activity-based teaching? The concept of activity-based teaching is defined by Priya as follows. Activity-based teaching is a technique adopted by a teacher to emphasize his or her method of teaching through activities in which the students participate regularly and bring about efficient learning experiences. According to the literature review, I met objectives of learning primary mathematics mainly focused to engaging in creative activities to develop interest and motivation of the student. The many researches have been done on teaching methods in primary education. Within them, I have selected few researches as follows. These research findings have impressed me as background of the current research. Therefore, main aim of the study is to examine the implementation of activity-based teaching methods in primary mathematics. To reach this aim, I have selected two objectives. They are to find out the perceptions of primary teachers on activity-based learning process in mathematics and to identify the problems faced by teachers in the use of activity-based teaching methods. To achieve this target, this research carried out under the two-phase mixed method. In first phase, quantitative data were collected using questionnaires and second phase is multiple case studies. The questionnaire was administered to a sample of 142 private teachers from Goa Zonal Educational Division. In multiple case studies conducted with 30 primary teachers selected from 4 cases described as Table 1. Focus group interviews and classroom observations were used as methods of data collection in qualitative approach. Data analysis part. Quantitative data were analysis using SPSS software and qualitative data analysis with theoretic analysis. Finally, both the results of quantitative and qualitative data were interpreted each other and got conclusions. Results of first sections of primary teachers and activity-based teaching as follows. 67% of the sample was aware of activity-based teaching. Only 15% of the sample said that they use this method continuously. 60.8% agreed that activity-based teaching methods are necessary for enjoyable learning. 35% of the sample was in the view that the guidance provided by primary training courses to prepare activities was not enough. 72% of the teachers were of the view that there was many difficulties use the activity-based methods in primary classes. 87% of the teachers were viewed the interpretation and activity-based teaching methods are not subordinated as the officers who came to supervision to school check only the documented information. Finally, only 22% of the sample was agreed that they have received adequate training to acquire practice of skills and activity-based teaching learning methods. In this research, I can identify so many problems that have faced by teachers in use of activity-based teaching methods. Within them, I have selected few of them as follows. Finally, it could be concluded there are negative attitudes among the teachers that activity-based teaching methods are hindered from being used in the classroom. The skills of implementing activity-based teaching methods in primary mathematics have not developed to the expected level, and also the attitudes of primary teachers should be changed to enhance the skills of activity-based teaching methods. According to the conclusions, it can be proposed suggestions and recommendations as follows. These are the references submitted to my research as follows. Acknowledgement. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Dayananda Panivartani, Dayananda Kapti together, and Wilhani Pettige from National Institute of Education for giving me financial support to complete this research, and also guidance teachers, headmasters, and principals of schools in the goal zonal education future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And now the floor is open for the questions and answers. I hope the audience will raise questions from Mrs. Iriagama.
Yes, madam.
Yes, please.
I am from Rasika Navratna from the Faculty of Education.
Hello, Rasika.
Actually, yeah, good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Timely, it is very good research. I have one question regarding the teachers' suggestion. I would like to know that what are the suggestions made by teachers to improve the activity-based methods in primary class?
Okay, Mrs. Iriagama.
Yes. Can I hear me? Can I hear me?
Yeah.
What are the suggestions made by primary teachers to improve the activity-based method in relation to the primary class mathematics
Yes.
subject?
In my research, I have developed several activities with sample of my teachers
Okay.
according to the curriculum of primary syllabus.
Yeah. I am asking what are their suggestions to improve the activity base?
Yes, I have suggest the training. Which one is primary teachers can gain training within workshops. The teachers training college should be reformed
Okay.
to enhance their skills, create activity skills.
Okay. This is your suggestion, no? Their suggestions. I am asking.
No, they are suggestions. No, both of us.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Iriagama. Any other questions, please? Okay, Mrs. Iriagama, I would like to ask a question from you. Now, you mentioned about the case study method.
Case study. Yes.
Yeah.
In my research, second part, qualitative data gained from 4 scales within from sample of the goal zonal education area 1A, 1C, 2 and 3 type schools.
How many cases, please?
4 cases.
4 teachers. That means
30 teachers from
4 schools.
4 schools. Yes.
Okay. Now,
it is in my one slide, madam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other?
Madam, Madam,
Yes,
I think we
the
should
time
move to
is,
the next.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we will move. Okay, we will move to the second presentation. This will be done by Mr. T. Subramaniam, and the presentation will be on English literature teachers' perceptions on mitigating culture tensions in literary texts taught in international schools. The paper ID is 42. Of course, it's a very long title, and I hope T. Subramaniam will do the presentation.
The English literature teacher's perceptions on mitigating culture tensions relating to the literary text taught in international schools. Overview. This is a study about teachers' perception on negotiating culture-related tensions that arise when literary texts are discussed with students in an English literature classroom setting. The study is undertaken in an urban international school setting in Sri Lanka. This qualitative study is based on semi-structured interviews, classroom observations, and textbook analysis. It also sheds light on the researchers' self-reflections in the form of reflective journals and analytical memos. The teachers and students who belong to conservative cultural background added to the normative agendas of the educational system. The study also reflects on the teachers' strategic management in handling these cultural tensions using historical information, popular culture, visual aids, making parallel cultural connections, and code switching at times. Why choose this study? While reading diversified English literature texts in class, I noticed that my students from the international school showed a lack of comprehension and responsiveness in perceiving the culturally distant literary texts, whereas they were able to acquire familiar literary texts with less effort, in less time, and with more ease. In this light, I chose this research topic to gain insights with relation to the questionable phenomenon. Research questions. Number 1. What are the tensions faced by the English literature teacher in handling culturally diverse literary texts? Number 2. How are these tensions mitigated? Literature review. Markham and Latham, 1987, conclude that the students showed more cooperation when familiar religious and cultural values were discussed, whereas a sense of resistance and a lack of responsiveness was observable when unfamiliar religious and cultural content was being discussed. Terahome and Conque, 2014, also point out that the average scores of the students' comprehension of familiar passages was higher than the ones received when reading unfamiliar passages. In Sue's research study, over 70% of a group of 38 teachers considered the features of being quiet, shy, and unwilling to speak English as the major challenges they faced. Sue, 1996, as cited in Cheng, 2000. Cheng, 2000, highlights the cultural differences between the East and the West are also a cause of perceived reticence and passivity among Asian students. He points out that Western culture which validates individual expression, whereas Asian culture generally values collectivism. Witten brings 1994 as cited in Hilton and Hippel 1996 stance that when it comes to members from groups that one is not a part of, the stereotyping tends to be more negative than when the stereotypes person are from a group that one is a part of. Grossman and Wood 1993 as cited in Plant Height, Keltner and Devine 2000 state that gender stereotyping is actually applied to beliefs regarding the expression of emotion more than to the experience of emotion. To elaborate, the emotional experience of men and women are similar but expressed differently in different cultural settings. D 2006 as cited in Taki, Al Darwish, Akbar and Al Garabali 2015 finds gender to be more than a prominent factor in classroom communication between the classroom practitioner and his or her students, adding that it also defines a gender specific role model. D also says that students' performance is higher if the teacher is also of the same gender. Negotiation strategies. Anderson 1977 as cited in Shen 2008 perceives that learning acts as an interface between the text and the reader's world. The students bring into the process internalized memory of cultural information. Keeping this view in mind, it is possible to understand that teachers' various contextual cues enable students to activate schematic memory regarding various personal experiences and historical information in relation to the text. Bao Anshu, 2008, as cited in Lu 2014, says using popular culture promotes interaction and classroom practitioners tend to use this medium to link it to discussions of culturally unfamiliar content. Mayer, 1989, as cited in Glenberg and Langton 1992, provided a reading passage describing hydraulic brakes along with illustrations. The participants in the study were able to perform well in the problem-solving test as they were able to recall the text easily via the illustrations. Hockett 1958, as cited in Trisangu and Yunus 2013, points out even though the lexical borrowings of the donor language do not have an exact match, the borrower tends to derive words and phrases in an attempt to get a similar word. Hein Renke 2012, as cited in Visilaci 2018, says that trilingual proficiency enables the people to shift identity according to situational needs. Diwali 2015, as cited in Visilaci 2018, identifies multilinguals as chameleons, adding that just like chameleons, trilinguals are able to change their color according to their environment. Methodology. An ethnographic research design was adopted because this approach identifies and underlines the literature teacher's individual perceptions and insights into the cultural gaps which are produced in relation to the setting which is under study. Tools used: semi structured interviews, classroom observations, reflective journal entries, and an overview of the reading material and textbook whenever necessary to collect and compile first hand data. I chose 3 English literature teachers as the participants, and each of these participants was interviewed once for approximately 45 to 60 minutes. All 3 participants had tertiary educational backgrounds and were from diverse age group, genders, and economic background. I myself am an English literature teacher for the senior section classes for 2 years in this school. Tensions caused in teaching culturally alien content. Clara's view: drawing from culturally similar concepts leads to positive language transfer, whereas unfamiliar cultural elements leads to negative transfer. In an interview, she says, when you speak about love and romance, they feel that we are teaching something very wrong. Cultural shock. Discussion of Shakespearean drama Romeo and Juliet for both students and parents was culturally taboo. As a result, Clara had to skip discussing
Gandhi,
detailed
this
discussions.
will take more than 10 minutes.
Knowledge other
Yes,
texts.
madam. Then we'll limit the question and answer time.
Check of the phrase evil one with the Christian teacher as she comes from an Islamic religious background. Unequal gender treatment. Clara, who's from an Islamic background, expresses how women are restricted by the Muslim culture. As male students showed resistance to the concept of working women in their religious context. Stereotyping. Clara seemed to approach feminist themes cautiously and avoided discussing these themes with male students. She did not take into account individual differences in opinion, beliefs, and viewpoints among the male students. Clara feels that materialistic mindset is killing humanistic values, so she skips such discussions. In contrary, while discussing the prose, The Wave, which is an autobiographical experience of the tsunami which struck Sri Lanka in 2004, the students shared their emotions by extending their support by touching hands or by words of support. Bhagya's view. During her interview, Bhagya perceived the Islamic community in a stereotypical light as she says they would just keep blank, they just stare blankly at you because that bond is restricted. Here, she tries to justify that they, the Islamic community, lack explicit expressiveness of human emotions, feelings, and bond. She tries to apply her individual opinions to the students and generalize it to the whole Muslim community. Ashkar's view. Ashkar, the male teacher, did not emphasize gender related themes at all during class. This may be because literary texts such as The Twilight of the Crane, The Bear, and The Nightingale and the Rose discuss negative attitudes towards female but not to male characters. This shows gender bias, which was not only visible in the target culture but also existed in students' and teachers' mind, and it created a type of Cold War. How the tensions have been mitigated. Sharing personal experiences. Ashka was taking the
What are we going to do now? The time is
Yes, madam, I also communicated with,
yeah.
I think we should stop now
Stop
because
this
the
and
author,
yeah,
author is there, so we can have the question and
at
answer
least
time, madam.
one question.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Hello, I'm very sorry, Mrs. Subramaniam. It's a very long presentation. We had to stop. And now the floor is open for maybe one question. Anybody who is interested in this research can ask a question.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yes, I'm Pugamurthy. I like to, actually, this is not a question. Actually, the researcher has selected a very useful theme to analyze. Actually, she considered two main variables, the gender perspective and the culture.
Yeah.
Therefore, I would like to know whether you identify any significant difference in the cultural base related to gender, related to the communication. You check with that communication and all those things. No? Did you identify any significant difference in the gender viewpoint?
Mrs. Subramaniam.
Interestingly, interestingly, what happened was when I was doing the study, the the male perspective was very resistant to certain, let's say, cultural aspects, whereas the females were totally contrast as they were coming from an Islamic context. But I was able to see was within the same community there was disparity in their ideologies, and females were more liberal when it comes to gender related roles, whereas males were more stereotypical when it comes to the genders, work role and gender related uh, as aspirations and roles were actually assigned. So this was one of the interesting phenomena which I was able to find out. It was totally the contrast, both the viewpoints.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Miss, for the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Due to the
Thanks.
limitation of time, we have
Definitely. Thanks a lot.
next
Thanks a lot.
session. Thank you very much for answering the questions. And we will move to the third session, which is on recent dynamics of the pre-service teacher recruitment criteria of NCOEs in Sri Lanka. And this will be presented by WDA K. Damayanti. And the paper ID is 57. Damayanti, it's over to you.
Good morning. First, let us look at the rationale of the study. School census statistics in 2017 says that out of total teacher population, about 53% trained teachers were produced from the inquiries and the teacher training colleges. In 2016, National Education Commission report on general education observed that the process of recruitment of students to inquiries and the selection criteria's inconsistency in the recent past. Based on this rationale, the objectives of the study were to investigate the nature of the changes made to the recruitment criteria and their adaptability, to study the changes of criteria in the recent years and their impact on national colleges' education output, and to give recommendations to the problem of recruitment criteria for pre-service teacher training programs. Let's look at the methodology used to achieve these objectives. Document analysis, which form of qualitative research, was used for this study. The corpora of documents for the study included the relevant government gazettes of Sri Lanka issued during the period of 2015 to 2019 pertaining to the recruitment to National Colleges of Education. The study examines the recent dynamics, and in this field, the closest 5-year 2015-2019 period was chosen for analysis. Now we will peek into the findings. I will be discussing these findings under 3 themes. Moving to the findings on composition of the recruits, this line chart shows the overall trend and trend by medium of instructions of the cumulative recruitments. The total of the recruitment has been decreasing, indicating that the intake to the teaching service through enquiries is slightly less. The reason behind this will be the allowing other graduate scheme recruitments to the service to decide the number of recruitments to the National Colleges of Education. Since there exists a lesser opportunity for the graduate teachers to undergo an in-service teacher development program, the essence of the teaching profession is deteriorated owing to this scenario. The Sinhala medium intake remained relatively higher than the other mediums in each of the years concerned, signaling that there is still a demand for free education offered in vernacular languages, especially in Sinhala, whereas the contemporary high demand for English medium education seems to be supplemented by non-governmental educational institutions. Here is an interesting graph of findings on intake of different disciplines. This stacked area chart shows the dynamics I observed in intake for different disciplines. Though there are 27 number of disciplines at National Colleges of Education, I happen to categorize them into 9 distinct categories. The area of each color shows the intake number of teachers recruited in that years of this subject. Starting from bottom of the chart, from dark blue to light blue, the subject categories of primary education, science and mathematics, social sciences, religion and languages have secured a relatively fixed number of recruitments over the 5 years. Yet the overall demand from 2015 to 2019 for aesthetic subject was declining drastically, as high a percentage of 50%. This decline can be a result of the acquisition of graduates who followed aesthetic subject into the teacher service. Though the intake for physical education marked 0 in the year 2017, a substantial number was recruited. In all the other years, it's showing a decreasing tendency. It is worth analyzing the decision of the Ministry in 2017 to reduce the intake for physical education to 0. Government prospect on recruiting 3,900 instructors, those who have performed sports, could be a reason behind the decision for not recruiting teachers to National Colleges of Education. Compared to 2015, the total number of intakes was slightly reduced in 2019. These were the trends I observed with regard to the intake of different disciplines. My findings on evolution of selection criteria is based on 4 basic factors. The first factor being basic education qualification. In 2015, there was a special provision for rural and state sector candidates. From 2016, no exception for the recruitment criteria. Eligibility test was the criterion some time back, but this has been taken away from the present day practice. Age and civil status is very important to attract energetic and devoted youth who can develop professionally for a reasonable tenure should be a concern. Early recruitment at an early age must be the teaching profession. In the existing criteria, I didn't notice any gender-specific favor. Therefore, gender equity seems to be ensured. The last factor, difficult and national base. If there is national base for every national colleges of education, there will be a chance for very talented students to come into the NCOEs. Where teachers are recruited for difficult areas, since the urban people are not willing to serve there, the national base has to be violated. That's all about the findings of the research, and now let's move on to the conclusion and recommendation. The existing criteria for recruitment lack consistency, especially on the conformity to filter the candidates with motivation and commitment for teaching is my first conclusion. I recommend in order to entrust an all-round selection criteria, an assessment of all-round nature is encouraged using an aptitude test, simulation session, or structured interviews. The lack of benchmarking for the output of inquiries is my second conclusion. I recommend to defining and implementing a benchmarking system for teaching service. Discontinuation and changing of the offering inquiries for certain disciplines Lawson. The inquiries expertise is my third conclusion. I recommend to expertise and specialization in inquiries should be achieved via research promoted within discipline specialized inquiries. Evident disparities in teaching service due to reduced intake of teachers to inquiries was other graduate scheme recruitment to the service. I recommend to graduate teachers recruited receive less chance to undergo an in-service teacher development program and inquiries offering in-service development programs for graduate teachers. Finally, my conclusion is opportunity at inquiries hand, technology stream, teaching training, special education teach training. I recommend to research promote with disciplines specialized inquiries. Those are the references I use for this research.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And we will open the floor for questions as we have limited time.
Yes, I am Kugamurti. I would like to
Yes, Kugamurti.
ask one question. Shall I ask?
Yes, please.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can ask.
Yes,
We
yes.
can hear you.
Okay. Actually, in the recommendation, I identify one recommendation that mentioning give opportunity to participate the graduate teachers into the NCOE's training. That's a recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. Meaning they are, though they are recruited from the graduate scheme to inquiries, we can give training for them to special training because about the teaching pedagogy, the teaching things. That's why I mentioned that as an recommendation.
Actually, that's right, because already they are graduates, but for the graduates, actually, in the university system, some education faculties and Department of Education, they are offering several professional courses, professional program, professional development program. Therefore, I don't. Do you have any idea how that program, the colleges of education, how they can develop the program?
I think it's better to develop program to give training for them because they are recruiting without any training for the through graduate scheme. So I think through National Colleges of Education, they can train the giving proper pedagogical training. That's why I mean there.
Do you mean, Damayanti, to conduct a training program at the NCOE? Do you mean, or any training program conducted by anybody? Why you are suggesting NCOE?
NCOE have specialized knowledge on teaching pedagogy. So I thought that they can give proper pedagogical training for these recruited graduates.
Yeah, but we have faculties of education at the universities, and they are already conducting such training programs like intensive training, short-term training. Likewise, okay. Any other questions, please? Any other questions?
Madam, we will move to the next. I think that's
okay. Okay, we'll move to the next session. This will be presented by P. Saijan. Effect of obesity and overweight on academic performance among school-going adolescents. A very interesting topic, and the paper ID is 59. It is over to you, Sailan. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. My research study is mainly about the intensive problem of present adolescent, that is obesity. The title of my study is Effect of Obesity and Overweight on Academic Performance Among School-Going Adolescents in Girls' School in Jaffna Municipal Council area. I am Mrs. Purnima Saijan, postgraduate student from University of Jaffna, and co-author is Mr. Anandamail Nithilavarnan, senior lecturer, University of Jaffna. Obesity can be defined the higher body fat percentage condition which BMI is above 30. It is a dramatic problem among the school-going adolescents in Sri Lanka. World Health Organization has called it as a modern epidemic. In Sri Lanka, there were many researches were done in northwestern and western province to prove the existence of obesity in school children. Unfortunately, there were no much studies were found in northern province to prove the adolescent obesity. Since there are more obese children are being observed in northern province, it becomes essential to conduct more researches in the present time. When tend to find the root causes of the obesity, the gradual changes in the socio-economic lifestyle, the introduction of pre-prepared food items, and the sedentary lifestyle are the common reason for the adolescent obesity. Obesity can impact physically, mentally, and it leads to the risk of chronic disease such as cardiovascular diseases, type 2 diabetes, cancers, and cholesterol. Overweight children are vulnerable to this low esteem, which result from teasing and bullying by the peers and family. It also reduces the cognitive capabilities and the memory functions. The purpose of my study is to determine the effect of obesity and overweight on the academic performance of grade 10 girls in girls' schools in Jaffna Municipal Council area. The objectives are to determine the number of overweight and obesity children in grade 10 classes in girls' school around Jaffna Municipal Council area, to measure the academic performance in their school, to find the relationship between the obesity or weight with their academic performance, to establish the solution for the challenges and hardships they face. Here I have showed the methodology I have followed. The target population was the adolescent girls from girls' schools around Jaffna Municipal Council area. From that, 761 students were considered as the sample size. First of all, the permission of the study was granted from the Zonal Director of Education and the principals of the school. The grade 10 students were categorized according to their BMI as obese children, overweight, healthy and wasted student. The first term marks of the 6 core subjects of obese children were collected. At the same time, same number of healthy students were also selected and their sets of marks also collected. Both sets of marks were quantitatively analyzed using Mann-Whitney U-test and 2-sample t-test in order to find the difference in their academic performance. To incur the challenges, the perception of obesity and the structured questionnaire was delivered for the responses. This slide shows the result. As per my first objective, here the prevalence of obesity in the academic performance, obesity in the school was given in the table. Here, Jaffna Wormbadi Girls High School have the highest number of obesity and overweight children. At the same time, Coley Family Convent has the least amount of overweight and obesity children. The below pie chart shows the cumulative percentage, and it is noteworthy that 17% of the adolescent has been identified with obesity and overweight. As per my second objective, the trend of academic performance between the healthy and obese student has shown in the table with Mann-Whitney U-test. When we look at the p-value of mathematics and religion, the p-value is higher than the alpha value 0.05, which shows there is a difference in between the healthy and the obese children. By looking at the median of mathematics and religion marks, healthy people scores more marks than the obese children. In the other subject, there's no any differences has been found. The table below portrays the result of 2-sample t-test of the mean marks of both healthy and obese. There, the p-value is less than the alpha value 0.05. It implies there's no any significant differences has been found in the academic performance of healthy children as well as the overweight and obese children. As per my third objective, the challenges has given here. The very first pie chart shows that the 1/3 of them only knows their accurate body weight. It shows the unawareness of the children. In the second figure, it illustrates nearly 58% of them confessed that they have come across with bullying and body shaming comment in their life. It saddens us and it conveys a message to us as how we have to gently handle them. In the third pie chart described the health issues, half of them have the frequent tiresome. At the same time, they have joint pain, knee pain, asthma, high blood pressure, as well as sleepiness, headache and thyroid problem. This bar chart shows the interrupting causes of learning. Here 60% of them has the daytime drowsiness and 55% of them have the shortage of memory loss. And 10% of them have frequent fatigue. It's their point of view. They have thought these are the causes for their interruption. This slide shows the perception and attitude of the obese children. The first pie chart shows the rate of satisfaction about the appearance. Here, the majority of them are not satisfied, which can lead them to retard the mental wellness in their future. When you consider the figure 6, 60% of students thought their obesity won't affect their studies. It is a good insight which can encourage them to study more. Anyway, 40% of them are to be noted who thought it can affect their studies. They should be guided properly by the teachers and parents, and they have to get the good perception about their body weight. The figure 7 has illustrated the very good side of the sample student. Here, 80% of them have the highest self-confidence level, and they have high leadership quality as well as high self-confidence level. They all have good ability of making friendship, and their lifestyle is so healthy as the obese children. It should be very appreciable to the children who are in the sample sets of students. They all have the ability to get rid of this kind of trauma in their life. The conclusion which I have made from the study is significant number of adolescents in Jaffna Municipal Council area suffers with the problem. Overweight and obesity can affect the academic performance of them, and it can affect their physical, mental and personality development. How can we overcome the issue as the responsible persons in the student's life? I can suggest the large scale of surveillance program and the preventive strategy should be implemented. From the childhood, the healthy lifestyle should be practiced, and the strict guidelines should be implemented in canteen as well as the street vendors, which are the main sources for the pre-prepared food items. The improved version of physical exercises should be introduced in schools. Moreover, the guidance and the intensive care should be governed by the teachers, students, as well as the parents and medical officers. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And now the floor is open for questions and discussions.
Yes, Ms. Purnima, I just want to ask a question because you mentioned that you have used Man-Whitney U test. Why didn't you use T-test? Is your distribution non-normal?
Not like that, man, because it's a two sets of samples which contain more subjects. No, that's why I suggested that man with the new test. For the average marks, I have done with the U test because I have taken only two numbers for the average. That's why.
Yes, normally we use T-test. If not unless that our distribution is non-normal. Anyway, the results are almost same. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, please?
Thank you, Purnima. It's very interesting presentation. I'm really interested in your recommendation. Childhood is a culture, right? We as parents, to show our love to children, we may buy chocolate, we may buy Bombay Motai or whatever, right, in Jaffna. So it's a culture, and your recommendation says we should be implementing, strict health regulations. This may be going against the existing culture. It would be very difficult to change the culture. So I would like to get your further observation on this matter. Thank you. Very interesting presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh,
yes, I also
yes, Dr. Kumurthy.
It's a very good presentation. But I think in future we have to take some, not only girls, male part also, boys also, we have to do some research in future.
Yeah.
But in my personal view, ma'am, in Jaffna there are many female students. That mean like girls only have more fun because they don't have go to outside for the playing and everything. Except the school and tuition centers, they were staying in home always. That's why I considered that female student.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, then thank you very much for
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
presentation. And we will move to the last presentation of this education sessions. That will be done by BP Sirivardhana on learner perceptions towards blended learning in the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. The paper ID is 68.
My topic is learner perception towards blended learning. This study was done at the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences in Hambantota. So first we will move to the introduction part, blended learning. With the emergence of new technology, almost all systems transformed dramatically. It is same as for the higher education scheme all over the world, especially in Sri Lanka too. From that, some traditional education move or convert to the virtual or robotic education. Blended learning, sometimes we call it as hybrid learning, means the combination of both face-to-face learning and online learning, or we can call it as open distance learning concurrently. For the easiness, face-to-face learning I will demarcate as F2F, and online learning OL, and open distance learning ODL. So this blended learning is not only for the undergraduate, but also we can practice this technique for the farmer education as well, because in our institute we are mainly targeting the farmer education. So then we will move to the research problem and the justification of the research. With the emergence of this blended learning system, instructor can accomplish a new any activity. Because some activities, most of the things the people think we cannot do it online, but there's a way to convert those activities into the blended learning or online learning. But for the efficiency of the program, instructors should have to know the responses of their works. So, in other words, actually a feedback, whether the learners are achieving the course objectives. Further, in the research problem and justification, the instructor should evaluate the feedback of the learner's work to realize the achievability of course objective. This is very much important. Whatever the things we are doing for teaching the student, the ultimate solution, the student should gain the final outcome. Therefore, this is very much important. So, the objectives in this study are to find out learners' perception and practice towards blended learning, and to identify learners' perception towards the blended learning environment. So I have developed a research hypothesis So H naught, the null hypothesis, means there is no any significant difference between the sample mean and the population mean. And the other hypothesis is the H1, we call as the alternative hypothesis. It, it means that there is a significant difference. So the methodology. As I told earlier, this survey was completed at the University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, Valigatta, Hambantota. In that institute, not only for the undergraduate, but also there are the farmers who are studying to complete the agrotechnology degree program. Under the participant and sampling, there were 160 students in the first year as the undergraduate, 72 female and 34 male. And those population were taken for the study. So out of that, we have practices the simple random sampling to collect the data. And all respondents were taken to the data collection. So as you know, there are two types of data, primary and the secondary. The primary data were obtained by submitting a pre-tested Google form as a questionnaire mode. And I was collected the data through the LMS. Currently the institute having the LMS and all the students are engaging that. So in particular time period, I have posted that Google form into the LMS and collected the data. And the secondary data were collected by already published literature regarding the blended learning system. And once I collected the data to the Google form, I was tabulate that data in the Microsoft Excel package, and then after I analyzes the data through the SPSS statistical software package. So this is the main part of this presentation, result and discussion. So the first we will move to the learner's perception and practice towards blended learning. So I was tested 3 learning methods. First one is the face-to-face learning, which is the conventional teaching method in most universities. And the second one is the online learning, which means 100% online. And then the blended learning, which is the combination of both the F2F learning and the OL learning. So out of the sample, the majority is favored the blended learning, 51%. Next to the selection of online learning system, which is the 32%. Out of all learners, the smallest number of learners selected face-to-face learning, which is 17%. Moving from a monotonous traditional learning system to a blended learning system results in the highest amount of learners percentage to blended learning. From the chi-square test, it was significantly different about the learning system which is favored by the learner. Then the learner's contribution to the blended learning. So in here, I was tested the learners how many hours they are engaging in this blended learning, categorized into the 5 categories. First one is not engaged in blended learning. Second one is 1 to 9 hours per week engaged in blended learning. Then 10 to 19 hours per week engaged in blended learning. Then 20 to 29 hours per week engaged in blended learning. And then more than 30 hours engaged in blended learning. Most learners, 42%, is engaged in the blended learning 1 to 9 hours per week. And the second most is work around 10 to 19 hours per week, which is the 32%. Least number of learners are accounted for working around more than 30 hours per week. This also got significantly by the chi-square test. Then the learner's perception for the blended learning environment. In here, I was selected main 6 categories to test with about the learner's perception for blended learning environment. Some queries were asked from the learners which are concerning the blended learning system in the institute, and they have provided an answer with diverse scale, actually a Likert scale. The Likert scale was comprised with strongly disagree 1 and disagree 2, neutral 3, agree 4 and strongly agree 5. From that point, I have calculated the
Swati,
mean
shall
and the
we
significance
stop the
level.
presentation?
Madam, I think maybe 2-3 minutes left.
Learners
Only 2
overwhelmingly
minutes.
stated that
Yeah,
all
it's still
objectives
58.
were covered
Since this is the last one,
by the
madam, I think
Is it
we should.
okay?
this blended
Yes, madam, let
learning,
it go.
and the p-value is less than 0.05. At that
Hello, is it stopped now?
time, they also agreed
No.
significantly for a more relaxed understanding of the subject matter by involving this blended learning system. Learners significantly believe that practicing F2F, the association with blended learning system, has enhanced each other. The course Moodle site is well organized and easy navigation was supported significantly by the learners. Learners agreed also significantly that they have engaged more from the online activity which is included in the blended learning system. Respondents were accepted significantly that they need additional time and effort for this system. Due to the newest of this system, they stated that they need more time to engage this blended learning system. In this system, mainly two clusters are collaborating. First is the learner and second is the facilitator or an instructor. So understanding the facilitator or instructor is also very significant for the efficiency of blended learning system.
I think
Learners
we
were
should stop,
significantly
madam.
improved cooperation of instructors.
Yeah, then shall we stop?
Yeah,
Okay.
Professor Lekande.
Sorry, we
Yeah.
have to restrict the time. And now we have come to the end of the session. And I would like to thank all the 5 presenters for their interesting presentations, and also for those who were online to, weave the session and also to ask the questions. And of course, the organizing, I would like to thank the organizing team for their tireless efforts to make this event a success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Are we ready to start this session or should we wait till 11:15?
Isn't it supposed to start at 11:15?
Yeah, I know. But if everyone is here, we can start.
Go to view, gallery. We'll start in 3 minutes. I think all the presenters are here.
Shall we start early or you want to wait till 11:15? Shall we start early or wait till 11:15?
We'll start at 11:15, no?
Okay.
Presenter on. Shall we start?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this second session on English language teaching and to the second day of the conference. So we start the day with a ELT panel discussion, which is titled Doing Research in Times of Change, Insights from Research in Teaching and Learning English Language and Literature. And the participants are Srimali Herath, Gimara Gunawardana, Nusla Nawaz, Rajeshwari Iyer, and Osanka Ratnasiri. I think Srimali will be moderating the session. So over to you all. You can start the panel.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. So today what we are going to share with you is we have four presenters, four researchers actually, talking about their research and what it means to do research in a challenging time like now. So they'll talk a little bit about their research and some challenges they face. Their presentations would be very brief and focused. And we hope that we'll actually have a discussion after the four of them present. We'll start with Rajeshwari Iyer. Over to you, Raji. You'll have to share your screen, Rajeshwari.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll do it in a while. Give me a minute. good morning, everyone. I am Rajeshwari Iyer, and I am going to share with you my thoughts and knowledge about doing an ethnographic research in the times of the pandemic. My topic of research was influential factors and strategies that shape multilingual language practices. It was an ethnographic case study of a Sri Lankan workplace. I wanted to know how interactions happen in real time in a place where people who speak multiple languages come together in a business environment. And I also wanted to know what sort of communication strategies are used in such situations. What follows now are the lessons learned during my journey as a researcher. First, let's look at the very basic question. What's ethnography? It's the study of the people in their environment about their behavior. So it involves empirical research where the researcher goes in as an observant participant and collects data through field work and interviews over a period of time. The very idea of doing an ethnographic research in these times has been challenged because it's impossible to go into environments where people get together and be in close proximity with them without infecting them or being infected. So does that mean we give up doing ethnography entirely? I don't think so. I feel that ethnography as a methodology and the role of an ethnographer has to be reformulated. In my research, I spent nearly 8 to 9 months in multiple research sites as an observant participant amidst large gatherings of people. I was observing and writing field notes. I did participant interviews with many of them. But these are not feasible data collection tools now because of social distancing, lockdowns, and all the problems related to that. What I think is researchers can ask the participants to do audio recordings of their own interactions at their own free will. Or if someone is good at expressing themselves in writing, a journal can be a good choice. Alternatively, since we are being more and more digitized these days, maintaining video diaries, online diaries, or even blogs can be a good choice to collect data. It's just that these are practically possible ways of collecting data. It's just that we have to find the right tool for the right type of participant and suggest these tools to them. And participant interviews can be conducted on social media platforms or digital platforms like Zoom, Meet, or Teams, whichever is suitable for the both parties. When it comes to the role of an ethnographer, the one aspect of being an ethnographer which I really enjoyed the most is positioning myself as a researcher in the organization, because an ethnographer can be a total outsider and enter a completely new environment to collect data, or on the other end can be an insider to collect information about that particular community. I was in between these two extremes. I was in between an insider and an outsider. Geographically, I was an outsider because I was a foreigner and people immediately recognized me as a foreigner. Because of that, they were very free and they were ready to talk to me. They were eager to share their thoughts and were also interested in knowing what I had to say. So that was of benefit for me. But culturally, I was part insider because for one sector of the community, we shared the same language, culture, types of food, and the festivals we celebrate and everything. So it was easy for them to talk to me in terms of language. They didn't have language issues. Interestingly, our communication stayed strictly within the realms of the research, and they were hesitant and were not forthcoming, and they were not ready to talk to me beyond my research. In terms of the organization, I was an external insider because I was part of the organization in terms of I was in the academic panel as a language trainer. So I could enter the management level and the communication channels were open to me. The staff were also relaxed when they saw me in the research site because they knew me as their teacher. However, since I was not a full-time member of the organization, they knew that I was not in the management and they didn't have hesitations in talking to me. This kind of positioning, where the researcher finds the right balance between the different stakeholders while collecting data, is what I fear will be lost in a virtual world. So as an ethnographer, one has to find modes of communication so that they can keep in constant touch with all the parties involved while doing a research. This could be a challenging task when we move on to digital world. Now moving on to the other factors like selection of research sites. Going back to my experience, I chose a company which sold high-end items because I wanted to see how communication happens among all people from all socioeconomic backgrounds. But in the current situation, people may not have necessary resources or monetary support to go to visit high-end shops and buy expensive sunglasses or branded t-shirts. As a researcher, I think we should be smart to choose a place which sells essential services if we are going to do a research in a business environment. Maybe places like a grocery, a supermarket, or a pharmacy, so that they can witness communication between people. Next, the nature of consumption has changed a lot. People are afraid to touch and feel things. They are scared to enter places where a few strange people get together, and most of them have moved to online shopping. In such cases, there is little or no language interaction between people. So what would be a better idea is to choose to do a study based on online language use or customer behavior online. That could be correct based on the situation we are right now. Finally, the attitudes of management towards research and development has changed dramatically. Now, they are not interested in investing money, time, or energy in doing research and development. They are all focused on increasing sales, retaining customers, and providing for their staff. What language they use when they are working is the last thing that comes to their mind. So, what I would suggest is we should choose a topic that might be beneficial for all the parties involved, and especially if it solves some problem for the management or the staff working in that particular organization, I think that would be welcome. So it's up to us as researchers to choose wisely and to choose timely topics and data collection tools to continue doing research. Problems, they come and go, but that doesn't mean we give up on our goals. So I believe just fine tuning a little bit here and there would help us to move forward. Thank you. The floor is now yours, Himala.
Thank you. Let's just start. Hello, everyone. Today, I would like to talk about the challenges of doing research, historical research in a time of global pandemic. The background of my study, essentially, my research focused on specifically around the discourse of elocution and the lack of information relating to the teaching of elocution in Sri Lanka. The aim of the study was to compile a comprehensive history in relation to the teaching and diffusion of elocution in Sri Lanka, and in so doing, reveal the social impact of this teaching practice. The study was an exploratory study as there was little information available on the topic, and it was a qualitative study which adopted a historical research as its main methodological focus. The three main approaches that were used in this study as a result was the archival approach, the oral histories approach, and the ethnographic approach. As in historical research, researchers are permitted the element of incorporating multiple approaches in order to answer research questions. Data was generated in this manner using document analysis and in-depth interviews. The next slide elaborates and actually goes on to show the different types of data sources that had to be procured in order to conduct this study. And as you can see, I had to call on a vast array of primary and secondary sources. And these included data and documents, particularly primary documents, from archives, which were located both in Sri Lanka as well as in London. I also needed access to personal archives of my participants. It was at this stage of the research process that I actually did encounter a lot of issues, particularly in the stage of data collection. So my biggest challenge as a researcher was getting a hold of the large number of sources that I needed to in order to complete my study. And a large part of that was in terms of access, both to institutional, personal repositories in Sri Lanka, as well as those overseas, particularly in London, and also access to my participants as well. Shutdowns in both countries, in London and in Sri Lanka, meant that I was restricted in actually procuring some sources. There were delays in procuring them, and in some instances, there were also times when I could not actually gather the sources that I needed. With regards to my participants, it must be said that for this study, I did not use a representative sample of participants. It was actually a very selected group of seminal individuals from the elocution industry who were chosen to be a part of the study, as their narratives were very crucial in piecing together this history and putting it together. So in that sense, their narratives could not be substituted by just about anybody else. It was important that I somehow found a way of getting their narratives. So in terms of accessibility, there was a delay in actually procuring my sources and conducting my interviews. Also, there was a delay and restriction in getting personal archives from my participants. It was in the dimension of actually conducting my face-to-face interviews that I faced one of the biggest challenges. And the ethics of conducting research during this pandemic itself became a matter that cropped up, because my participants are all over the age of 75. They're all very elderly people. So I had to be mindful of their safety, and I had to be mindful of observing certain health and safety measures. I was only able to conduct 3 face-to-face interviews as a result of these restrictions. The other 3, I had to find alternative methods. In terms of procuring sources, once again, as a researcher, because of the limitations that I did face, there was a personal sense of inadequacy and insecurity that cropped up. And this was largely due to the fact that in historical research, there is a lot of credibility placed on the sources, particularly the primary sources that you amass and that you base your study on. So I was in a constant state of questioning whether or not I had adequate primary sources, I had sourced enough in order to proceed with the study. As in all things, there was a silver lining here, and I was able to progress amidst this pandemic. In order to overcome these challenges, I adopted alternate methods, particularly when it came to conducting my interviews. So instead of sit-down face-to-face interviews, I opted to have recorded telephone conversations with some of my participants. And I also had to adapt my interview schedule in order to elicit a written narrative from participants who had no access to online platforms. There was also, in the absence of sources, certain sources which I was unable to procure at all. This meant I had to change certain lines of argument or abandon certain ideas and approaches that I had planned to integrate into the study. So it was important that I made these changes. And I was also able to use as many of the available primary sources that I had at my disposal, even after delays, and use those sources in order to build and support the arguments that I was trying to build. So in that respect, these were the challenges that I encountered, and I was able to overcome during the process of my research. And now I end my presentation with that and hand it over to Osanka.
Thank you, Gimara. I would start sharing my screen and give me a minute, please. Good morning, everyone. I'm Osanka Ratnasiri from the Department of Languages, University of Malappuram. And in my part of the panel presentation, I'm going to talk about the challenges of writing up research in times of a global pandemic and lessons learned, for both of which I'm going to draw insights from my study titled here. In my study, the problems I attempted to explore were reticence and ambivalence towards using English for oral communication among Sri Lankan state university undergraduates. Now, it is often observed that irrespective of English language proficiency, English is not generally spoken among these students, or it is spoken with much hesitation. And this has long been a topic of concern in the field of ELT as well as the corporate world of work. Oh, I think I'm in the wrong slide. Sorry about that. And yeah, so in ELT research in Sri Lanka, the inhibitions to speak English have been extensively studied in a psychological lens, especially in terms of second language motivation and anxiety. And as we know now, learning and using a language is very much a social practice. And with this knowledge, I could notice a research gap in the availability of ELT research that adopted a sociological approach to explore the issues of reticence and ambivalence towards using English. So I attempted to address this gap by using a tri-lens of ideology, identity, and investment, and exploring at large the students' rapport with English and its use in a selected state university context. And in this study, I employed a narrative case study design to elicit narratives from 7 first-year undergraduates reading for 2 profession-oriented degree programs. This research design allowed me to explore fluid phenomena mediated by a variety of socio-cultural factors and social complexities and tensions. Now, in this context, it is the English use that I'm referring here. And for data generation, I used 3 tools, and the main methods used were identity portraits and one-to-one narrative interviews. These tools allowed me to explore implicit constructs such as ideologies and identities, and they provided me with rich, nuanced data. Moving on to the challenges of writing up research during a global pandemic, which is my focus of this panel presentation, I wish to highlight 4 main focus areas. The first area, of course, is writing. In times of a global pandemic, the writing process can become more difficult and messier. And actually, this has to be expected as we are no longer living in our usual normalcies. And also, the writer's block that we would anyway experience at one point or another in our lives can also be more pressing due to the constant worries of and volatilities that are pandemic induced. And it would be challenging to break this block and to finally keep the thinking and the writing processes alive. So I could say that this was one of the biggest challenges that I faced. And secondly, space could be another challenging area. Now, although we might think that we are in our homes and this means us having more space or some familiar space to work, the reality could be slightly different. Now, while it is true that we get to stay at home, it is not just us who is at home during a pandemic, but everyone else of our family. And this situation might be too crowded for us to engage in a research writing project. Also, while our homes may be more familiar to us, we need to ask ourselves the question whether our home environments are work friendly. Now, if you're someone who has not worked at home before, this will be difficult. So you need to sort of think about the home space in a lens where it is, whether it is work friendly, and then might need to adjust things a little bit. Now, moving on to the third area, it is time. Managing the time at hand might be another challenge, because while a global pandemic might generally mean getting to spend more time away from our usual social responsibilities taking place away from home, having more time at hand could also be difficult and sometimes unproductive if you have certain unhelpful characteristics such as procrastination or perfectionism. And simply because you have more time, if you keep pushing your deadlines or editing the same page or same chapter for more times than needed, then that will be problematic. And when you do this, more time could actually be less time. So besides, balancing your personal time and family time with your writing demands would also be a challenge. Finally, the last area I want to focus is the mind. And I believe that this is one of the most important areas, as our mind is everything. And in terms of a global pandemic, things would become difficult, and writing is generally a pretty isolating process, and it takes up a lot of energy. Um, Staying focused amidst pandemic-induced uncertainties, dealing with so much negativity around us could be another huge challenge. And when things come to a pause, you might feel pretty isolated, lacking a sense of achievement, lacking a sense of security and control, and even feel a bit depressed. Therefore, keeping your mindset straight and sane would be something truly challenging. And now, I would like to move on to the lessons learned and insights for writing up research in times of a global pandemic. And this is also organized under the same focus areas. And I would say that it is significant to realize the value of process for progress, as engaging in the writing process, at least with writing a few sentences or paragraphs a day, leads to some progress. And to find some motivation for writing, participating in or creating group writing sessions with a few friends would be helpful. This will give you a sense of community in times of a global pandemic. And a sense of community is something truly needed and inspiring at a time like this. Furthermore, designating and arranging a personal workspace for writing is absolutely needed. Now, having a discussion with your family and articulating the needs and demands that are aligned with an extensive writing project is also of absolute importance. Your family may know you and understand you, but do they understand what writing demands? And we also need to, therefore, we need to establish this communication. Moreover, time management with techniques such as self-imposed realistic deadlines for smaller tasks of your writing project would be helpful. And also having designated times for yourself and your family is important. Plus, self-negotiating unhelpful characteristics that might hinder your time management. For example, procrastination and perfectionism is also important. And finally, to keep your mind sane and straight, steering clear of any negativity that surrounds you. For example, negative news and negative talk, which would be so common during a global pandemic, would be something truly significant. You need to do this in order to keep your mind focused and clear and stay fixed on the writing project. And building a human support system is also significant, as much as it is important to be flexible and kind to yourself. And this is something that we do not do much. And creating a room for you to feel a sense of achievement and happiness is definitely going to be rewarding at a time like this. After all, it is our mind that is everything, and writing takes up so much of mental energy. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Now over to Nuzla.
You need to unmute yourself, Nuzla. We can't hear you. Nuzla, we can't hear you. You'll have to unmute yourself. We can't do it from this end. Your mic is on, Nuzla, but we can't hear you. Nuzla, can you speak now?
Can you hear me now, madam?
Yes, we can hear you, Nuzla.
Okay, thank you. I'm Nuzla Nawaz. Today, I'm going to be talking about doing research during a global pandemic. I'm currently working at a leading international school, and I'm an MA student of the Postgraduate Institute of English, Postgraduate Institute of English. And my MA's thesis
is on perspectives and attitudes of Sri Lankan English teachers towards discussing controversial social issues in the language classroom. I encountered my research problem as a result of a need to find answers to a specific situation in my daily teaching life while discussing the novel Good Night, Mr. Tom by Michelle Magorian. My research has actually attempted to identify topics which are controversial social topics, which could be actually identified as controversial social topics in the Sri Lankan context, while trying to discover whether the English language classroom could be used as a suitable platform to discuss such topics through the use of literary texts. When looking at the methodology that I have employed, a qualitative research paradigm was used. The primary data was generated through narrative inquiries of teachers. Multiple research methods were employed in order for the triangulation of the gathered data. They were the teacher participants' background profile questionnaires, narrative inquiries in the form of semi-structured interviews with the teacher participants, participatory workshop, which was organized for teachers of English as well as English literature, an ongoing journal notes, which were maintained by the researcher, analysis of the primary literary text, which is The Good Night, Mr. Tom by Michelle Magorian, and a secondary literature review done by the researcher. The chosen sample was a purposive and a convenient sample, which consisted of 3 female English teachers of grade 9 from the boys' school and 3 female English teachers of the same grade from a target school, which was actually a girls' school. The data analysis follows the qualitative research tradition. The narrative data collected from the teacher participants was analyzed using a thematic approach. There was a sudden change in the methodology that I anticipated. Although initially I intended to use a focus group discussion at this stage in order to generate data to identify possible strategies employed by teacher participants at present, or which could be employed to discuss sensitive or controversial social issues through the use of a literary text, which teachers use to discuss in the classroom. After the completion of the 6 individual interviews, which I did with 6 teachers from 2 target schools, it was very clear to me after the transcribing process that due to the data that it generated, that a focused group discussion was not possible. Thus, the concept of this participatory workshop was derived from participatory action research in education, with the objective of providing the controlling power to the teachers to analyze and reflect on their classroom practices and decisions with regard to the discussion of controversial social issues using literary texts. Moving on. Today, the whole universe is facing a unique struggle, which seems to have actually dramatically altered our lives. This global pandemic has challenged each one of us, physically, emotionally, as well as financially, which are only slowly beginning to sink in with the realization that we have lived with this new reality for almost a year. If a research of this nature is undertaken during such a period, especially with the focus on the data collection stage, there would be multiple obstacles such as meeting the target group teachers for the narrative inquiries. Furthermore, conducting the participatory workshop in such conditions would be extremely difficult. It is quite clear that technological advancement have provided solutions to overcome these barriers. But exactly due to these very same technological advancements, people's work hours have become longer today. And as a result of it, it has tilted the work-life balance. As teachers have had to move into a new platform via online to conduct their day-to-day teaching, lives have become more hectic for teachers in terms of making teaching resources and familiarizing themselves with the technology needed for that. Therefore, this surely would not leave any time for the participants to engage in self-development activities such as workshops or even be part of the interviews which are necessary for the kind of research that I have undertaken. On a very personal level, there were many difficulties I faced since March this year, which I'm sure many of you will be able to relate to. As a secondary school teacher and an examiner for an international examining body, while simultaneously being a mother of two very young children, being homeschooled at present, the most challenging element as a researcher I have faced has been to find the peace of mind and the needed time to engage in joining the dots to complete the final picture of my thesis. That is the analysis. When I hear people say that this is the best time to do research, I just have to say that this is really not true for me. However, when I come to realize, I have come to realize that getting my ideas across about discussing controversial social issues in the classroom to other practitioners is more important than ever before when looking at the statistics provided by the UNICEF and the National Child Protection. Sorry about it. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, Nusra, you'll have to wind up now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I end it, madam?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so as a result of the statistics provided by the UNICEF and the National Child Protection Agency, it's very clear that there has been a dramatic rise in the proportion of child cruelty cases reported to the 1929 Child Helpline since the start of Sri Lanka's COVID-19 curfew. Therefore, I strongly believe that even amidst these difficulties, research needs to be done due to create awareness and act as a change agent in society. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll open the platform to questions. You can direct the questions to individual presenters or the panel in general. And yes, Hania, you can send a question on chat.
Okay, since nobody seems to be raising a question, I'll ask something.
I think
Mihri, yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's not really a question, but more a comment. Particularly, I think what Nosla said about the fact that people saying now is a great time to do research. I completely agree, and I think some of the things that even Nosanka raised was very valid, because yeah, the point is our mind, our psyche, are we really ready to do research in this kind of context? And that kind of pressure saying, oh, you have more time is something that we have to think about.
Yeah, and also I feel like particularly going on what Rajeshwari said about ethnographic research, that the contextual changes that are happening and the limitations imposed by the inability to have person-to-person contact has a fundamental impact on particularly something like ethnographic research, because it's very different to study somebody in their authentic context and the kind of interactions that happen and to ask them to record something or to talk to them over Skype or something like that. So there's a fundamental alteration there. So the kinds of insight and the actual research that you do is changing. So in addition to the practical difficulties, yeah, I mean, people don't actually have time because all kinds of other issues have cropped up. From the more conceptual side, I think there are serious questions to be asked.
And I think even Gemara touched on that her participants or people were quite old. And when you change the face-to-face interview to a phone interview, I think kind of the essence of that conversation is also gone.
That's true. It did have an effect. Like I could contrast the difference between the face-to-face interactions and the ones where I was severely limited, especially the ones where I had to get written narratives. That element was lost completely. So it was, fortunately, I did have a few that I could use and base that experience on, but unfortunately, the richness was lost.
But I should share this experience. I'm actually conducting some interviews right now these days. And what we found, my co-researcher and I, was that while using this online platform, actually recording the quality is better. And if you really, and I felt like, because if my co-researcher had been here, we would actually have been doing focus group discussions. But because of the situation, we were able to actually do one-on-one interviews, and my participants, okay, not a lot of people signed up, but those who did sign up were very willing to give that 1 hour or so online. But then again, one of the things that I worry about is that, their data, they're spending their money and there's no way for me to reimburse them. So this idea of also, the cost to participants is also something we can think about in this kind of context.
Anyway, if there are no questions, I think we can conclude. We need to move on to the next session, I think.
Okay, thank you then to all the presenters on the panel. I think that's an important topic and a topic that will require a lot of conversation as we move ahead. Because I think in similarity to education, the change in the medium is not just a change in the medium. There are many other implications that we need to consider. So we'll now go to the individual presentations. The first presentation we have in this session is we are already, by the way, 15 minutes late. So I would really urge everybody to keep to time. So you have 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for discussion. Is by Apsara Vimalasiri, and the title is Identity, Ideology and Investment, Understanding Absenteeism of a Medical Undergraduate in an ELT class at a Sri Lankan University. So Apsara, you can start.
Hi everyone, thank you for taking your time to listen to my recorded presentation today. My topic can be familiar to most of you as I have presented my methodological concerns before, but this is the first time I'm presenting my findings formally. So my topic is Identity, Ideology and Investment, Understanding Absenteeism of a Medical Undergraduate in an ELT class at a Sri Lankan University. And it is a case study. This is a part of a large study which consists of multiple cases from 3 different university contexts. Despite many undergraduates being absent in their English classes, absenteeism remains an unaddressed issue in ELT field in Sri Lanka. However, myself being an English teacher in different university contexts, I know student absenteeism as a demotivating factor for English teachers. Moreover, it has a negative impact on administration, lecturers, and students who regularly attend the classes. Hancock's 2014 argues that many research on absenteeism in English as a second language classes have failed to reveal the correlations between learner identities and absenteeism because they have focused the numbers rather than analyzing the experiences of the individuals. Therefore, my objective was to understand the absenteeism of individuals by analyzing their identity, ideology, and investment in English language learning. Identity can be defined as how a person understands himself, his or her relationship to the world, and how that relationship is constructed across time and space. Also, identities, according to Norton, are shifting, context dependent, as well as dynamic. Identities are not given by social structures or ascribed by others, but negotiated by the agents who wish to position themselves in social structures. The findings of my study reveal how undergraduates construct their identity and positions themselves in ELT classes and at university context. Identity is also a performance that emerges in context of interactions, according to Buchholz and Hall, 2005. On the other hand, learning English as a second language is always an ideological choice. My participant also makes strong ideological choices to not invest in learning English at the university ELT class. My research questions for this part of the study was, how does the identity of a first-year medical undergraduate in a Sri Lankan university affect his absenteeism in ELT classes? And how does the student's ideological beliefs about English impact on his investment in ELT classes at the university? Out of several cases I employed for my larger master's research, I have selected one case, Madhushan, for today's presentation. He was a first-year medical undergraduate by the time data was collected, and he is originally from Bibile, Monaragala, Sri Lanka. I collected data using in-depth interview and analyzed using thematic analysis method. My main focus is this undergraduate as an English learner. But it is unavoidable to not position himself for his medical student identity because in Sri Lankan society it is commonly believed, accepted and expected that the medical professionals should be good at English. Therefore, I'm using this image of a young doctor several times in my presentation, especially to show Madhushan's construction of his identity, his positioning himself, and his ideological views, just to correlate his medical student identity and the English learner identity. Norton 2013 states that identity is constituted in and through language. In line with that, Madhushan's identity was constructed through his mother tongue, Sinhala. For example, he says he speaks only Sinhala, he studied in Sinhala, his mother is a Sinhala teacher, and Sinhala is used for daily routine in his residence area, Bibile. So he positions himself as a Sinhala speaker. But Madhushan's linguistic capital Sinhala has lost its value in the new urban context where the university is located. Because according to Bodu 1986, symbolic capital loses its power across time and space. As a result, he is compelled to learn English, in other words, a new capital in the new context. On the other hand, he positions his batchmates who speak English as a different group and attempts to differentiate the two groups in his speech. For example, he always uses the word api, we or us, for Sinhala speakers, and they or them, for English speakers. And he doesn't want to be mingled with other batchmates who speak English, because that reveals his socio-economic status. Madhushan's negative ideology on English and learning English is revealed when he interprets English as a form of worry, discomfort, and burden. For example, he uses the words a bullet, anayak, and a part, vatayak, to refer to English language. Madhushan's reference to the English language as kadda reveals his ideology of English as an obstacle for mobility for English language learners like himself who are from non-English speaking backgrounds. Furthermore, his ideological views on homogeneous English classes have an immense impact on his investment in learning English at the university. In other words, he does not like to be in a class where students from similar proficiency levels study together because he thinks his socio-economical background is revealed by being there together. So he accuses English language unit for marginalizing them, and he criticizes homogeneous classes as a form of discrimination because he sees tailoring lessons to different levels of proficiency is a form of discrimination. The current study of Madhushan's absenteeism in the ELT class fills the gap in literature by providing insights on the connections between identity and absenteeism through an in-depth analysis of a case study. And it shows how his ideologies have had an impact on his investment in English language learning. Also, it indicates that Madhushan does not invest in ELT class due to his identity, which has not been negotiated in different social, geographical, and linguistic circumstances. The pedagogical implications of my study are understanding the identities of the undergraduates in ESL classroom and supporting them to negotiate their linguistic identities. Its utmost importance for administrators and academics, and all pedagogic aspects such as designing curricula and teaching material, deciding on appropriate methods of grouping, planning teaching methods, classroom activities, and evaluation methods, as well as institutional policies such as implementation of attendance policies and allocation of teachers, need to be informed by second language learner identities of the undergraduates. These are my references, and thank you very much for taking your valuable time to listen to my presentation.
Okay, I think unfortunately Apsara has a technical difficulty with her microphone. Apsara, are you able to speak to us? No, I think she's experiencing a technical problem, so we will move on to the next. Yeah, that's
I think that somebody else.
Can we mute them?
Try to get them muted.
Yeah,
can you mute?
co-host can have the power to do that.
Okay. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, Apsara is not available, unfortunately. So anyway, thank you very much for that contribution, Apsara. So we will move on to the next presentation, which is by K.A.D. Sandamali on developing English language reading skills of second language learners through multi-level teaching.
Shall we see whether Sandamali is there?
Right.
Sandamali, are you there?
Okay, she also seems to be missing, no? Okay. Okay, Sandamali doesn't seem to be available, in which case we move on to the next one, which is HBSTB Galagoda. Is HBST Galagoda here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, so we move on to that presentation then. It's Sri Lankan English borrowing in contemporary Sri Lankan English poetry, linguistic features.
Hi, I'm Sachini Galagoda. My research topic is analyzing linguistic features of Sri Lankan English borrowings in contemporary Sri Lankan English poetry. To the overview of the study, first see what is the language and how language contact leads to origin of a new English. Language is the prime and versatile medium of communication. It carries social meaning and social connotation. A language can't develop in an isolated context. When two languages start to synchronize, it results in formation of a total new variety. Schneider uses the term New Englishes to refer post-colonial Englishes such as Indian English, Nigerian English, Singaporean English, and Sri Lankan English. Sri Lankan English, which is our variety, according to Gunasekara, it is the language used by Sri Lankans who choose English for whatever purposes in Sri Lanka. It has its unique phonological, syntactical, and morphological features such as borrowings, chord mixing, chord-stitcher reduplications, and this language is mainly nurtured by Sinhala, Tamil, and other varieties of English. Narrowing down my topic to borrowing, some scholars interpret these two concepts, borrowing and chord stitching, as one, but Grushin says that single words are categorized as borrowing or chord stitching depending on the base language effects of the word. So it is evident that there is a slight deviation between borrowing and chord switching, and it is difficult to distinguish between these two concepts separately. Moving to the Hogan's classical model, which is the theoretical framework used in this study. According to Hogan, borrowing is the attempted reproduction in one language of patterns previously found in another. He introduces three types of borrowing categories: loanwords, loanblends, and loanshift. According to him, loanwords are all free morphemes which have been imported without other substitution than the minimally essential inflections, and he yields this notion as pure loanwords. And also he divided blendeds into three categories: stem, derivatives, and compounds. And then loan shifts into two categories: creation, that means loan translation, and extension, that means semantic shift. Moving to the literature review, since 18th century in post-independent period, Sri Lankan writing in English becomes identifiable as a distinctive post-colonial category, and they have tended to focus on Sinhala and Tamil and Malay words that have been either borrowed or assimilated into Sri Lankan English, and they have used to convey a particular contextual ethos of Sri Lankan English, Sri Lankan flavor through their works, which shows Sri Lankan English as an unique variety. According to Fernando 2012, in 21st century, linguists needs to research extensively in the field in order to refine and redefine the nature of Sri Lankan English borrowings. Even if there is a plethora of studies looking into aspects of lexical borrowings in world Englishes, there is relatively inadequate studies have conducted in this field, especially related to Sri Lankan English poetry. Therefore, the following research questions will be addressed in the present studies. First one, what are the types of lexical borrowings items in Sri Lankan English poetry? And second one, what are the linguistic features of Sri Lankan English borrowings in contemporary Sri Lankan English poetry? Moving to the methodology, this is a qualitative dominance research study, and this is the research design. The data was gathered through purposive sampling. Four collections of contemporary Sri Lankan English poetry were taken, which were published during the era of 2000 to 2019. And the selected poetry collections are Borrowed Dust by Vivimari Vandaputin, Veruna by Lakshani Villarachi, Precocious by Aparna Halpe, Sri Lankan Tamil poetry and anthology by Somapilli and Padmanathan. 20 poems were selected, five from each poetry, and moving to the data analysis procedure, identify the lexemes of selected each poems according to the classifications of Hogan's theory. They are loan words, that means pure loan words, loan blends, loan shifts, and loan creations. Then developed content categories and defined in terms of the research objectives. Coded the categories and conducted a content analysis of classified each unit. Finally conducted a semantic analysis to investigate the linguistic features. Moving to the findings of the research, out of 20 poems, 41 loan words, pure loan words, were found from Sinhala and other Asian languages such as Tamil and Sanskrit, and loan blends and also loan shifts were found with its unique lexical features. But in this presentation, I'm going to talk about only loan blends because it is the most extensively used strategy in the selected contemporary Sri Lankan English poems. And here loan blends are divided into two groups, blended derivatives and hybrid compounds. Moving to this table, this table shows the gathered data of blended derivatives and morphological substitution. S and ES is there. And if we take the word gestures, that means seniors. For gesture is the word nurse, is a single noun here. And for the single noun, suffix s is added at the end of the word and to make it a plural noun. Likewise, you can see other words murunga by adding s, it becomes a plural noun murungas. Natami means conveyor. It is a Tamil noun. By adding es, has converted into a plural noun. Let's look at hybrid compounds. It is mainly constructed in 5 patterns in the study. These are those 5 patterns. Moving to the first category, single noun and English noun as a head. If we look at the first word, hybrid word, bow tree. Tree is the English noun as a head, and this head is modified by the single noun bow. So the bow tree means the tree under which Lord Buddha has attained enlightenment. Moving to the second category, English noun plus single noun as a head. The hybrid word was temple Arulia. Here, single noun Aralia becomes the head, and it is modified by the English noun temple. Temple earlier means friendship. Moving to the third category, Tamil noun plus English noun as a head. If we take it as an example, Purasi leaf. Purasi leaf is the English noun as the head. This English noun is modified by the Tamil noun Puvarasi, and it is a leaf. It's a dark green heart-shaped leaf. And moving to the next category, English adjective plus Tamil noun. Examples are 9 rasas, Indian sadhus. If we look at the word 9 rasas, Tamil noun is rasas here and is modified by the word 9, which means 9 flavors in Sinhala Navarasa. Fifth category, English adjective plus singular noun. These are the words that I could find in the study. Vetambude, red kakulu, frigiribat, German peel, 9 rasas. Let's look at the word vetambude. Vetambude, amude is a singular noun and it is modified by the English adjective wet. Amude refers to the traditional span cloth worn by the farmers. And next example, red kakulu. Kakulu is the single noun and red here is the adjective. This kakulu single noun is modified by the English adjective red here. So this red kakulu means one of varieties of rice which is red color. And another example we can look at this free kiribat. Free kiribat means kiribat is the single noun and it is modified by the English adjective free here. And free kiribat is the rice cooked in the traditional way of to serve on special occasions. Moving to the next category, last category, single adjective plus English noun. So examples are Nari dog, Kadu faculty, SL night fire. So if you look at this Kadu faculty, faculty is the English noun and it is modified by the single adjective Kadu. Kadu means it's a university slang, refers to English department in the universities. And if we look at this term SL night fire, night fire is the English noun and it is modified by the word adjective Asala here. Asala is the August in Sinhala, and it's a festival time with grand perhara of Kandy in Sri Lanka. So these are the result of lawn shift and lawn creation. And moving to the discussion, according to Meshler and Shaw, 2003, stated that many of the characteristics lexical features of South Asian Englishes have been borrowed from foreign languages and refer to local cultural features. The researcher has uncovered four main borrowing categories: loanwords, that means pure loanwords, loan blends, loan shifts, and loan creation. And in terms of loanwords, 41 pure loanwords from Sinhala, Tamil, and other South Asian languages were identified in the selected poem. With respect to loan blends, hybrids, out of three linguistic features of loan blends framework of Hogan, only loan blends derivatives and loan blend compounds were discovered.
We stopped at the 10 minutes. Shall we go on to the Q&A?
Yeah, we can. Sachini, you can switch on your video and audio. So, audience members, if there are any questions or comments. Nobody has a question or a comment? Okay, I'll just, Sajini, I think it's an interesting study and something that needs to be done. One area I was wondering is the semantic aspect you have not discussed in great detail, or maybe we didn't come to those slides. Particularly in poetry, because it's a creative medium, the words, the semantic domain of a word gets stretched and expanded quite a lot. Do you plan to look at that at some point in your research? Or is
Yes,
it something
I'm planning to do in near future.
Okay, okay, all right. Okay, then we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Sajini.
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
The next presentation is by KG S.A. Vijay Singha and N.K. Abesekara. I think it's Nirosha Abesekara and KG S.A. Vijay Singha. Are you present?
They are here, no? I saw them. Nirosha and Subhashi all are here, no?
Yes. They are here. Subhashi will be presenting.
Yeah,
okay. So the title is Online or Offline Sessions and Analysis of Factors that Influence Absenteeism among the Students of English for Academic Purposes. So we can start the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Subhashi Vijay Singha and my research partner is Nirosha Abesekara. The research I will be presenting today is titled Online or Offline Sessions, an analysis of influencing factors of absenteeism among the students of English for academic purposes. According to R.R. Jordan, author and a researcher in the field of English for academic purposes, the students are able to develop their learning strategies and increase self-confidence, which in turn help them to adjust to their main academic environment through the study of receptive and perceptive academic skills in English. As such, the program of English for academic purposes legal studies has been specifically designed for LLB undergraduates who enroll with the Department of Legal Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka and is considered to be a mandatory requirement for the LLB degree certificate. However, it's persistently noted that the student attendance for English day schools is very low, and this can be considered as one of the main reasons for their inability to complete the LLB. This can be further supported by a research conducted at the British University of Egypt, which indicates that low performance in English is due to non-attendance at English classes because of work on assignments and projects related to the main subjects. Therefore, the focus of the current research is to investigate the issue of low attendance since it negatively affects the purpose of the English program. Having this in mind, let's move to the objectives of the study. The objectives include identifying the influencing factors of absenteeism among students of English for Academic Purposes, Legal Studies, Part 2. Checking whether there is a relationship between student attendance and performance. Probing the effectiveness of online or blended learning as a remedy. Methodology adapted in this study is described here. An exploratory research method was used to conduct the study. A random sample of 154 students of the Part 2 proficiency level was selected, representing all regional centers. 3 instruments were used for the purpose of collecting data. Questionnaires consisted of both close-ended and open-ended questions, OCAM obtained by the students, and their attendance records for English classes. Analysis was done qualitatively and quantitatively using mixed statistical method. Results and discussion. The demographic data collected indicated that the majority belonged to the age group of 26 to 40, and most of them were employed. And the table indicates attendance collected through records. As you see, only 7.8% of them have attended all-day schools and 28.1% have attended only the continuous assessment tests. This table describes the reasons for non-attendance. Reasons for non-attendance are ranked according to the responses. The first ranked factor for non-attending is clashing of day schools with office work. As you see, the second ranked factor is family commitments. The third ranked factor is other means are preferred. The results indicated here will be further discussed at the time of conclusions drawn. But I would like to draw your attention at this point to the fact that some of the reasons for non-attendance can be addressed by advocating online or blended learning methods. As shown in this graph, the blue line indicates those who have scored above 40 in each center, and the red line indicates those who have scored above 30. As you can see at a glance, if the pass mark is lowered to 30%, there will be a difference of almost 20% in the pass rate. This graph summarizes attendance of the total sample by giving the mean values of center-wise attendance. For example, the lowest attendance is indicated in Kurunagala, which is 1.25, and the highest attendance is observed in Mathara, which is 3. Conclusions and recommendations. Conclusions derived from qualitative data. According to a majority of the students, the present day school delivery method should be incorporated with latest technology. The content of the day school should be enriched with more grammar and speech activities. Some of the students were also of the view that factors like inefficiency of teachers, uninteresting day schools, unappealing venue of day schools outside the regional centers, and inconvenient time scheduling were reasons for non-attendance. Thus, it can be perceived that use of online or blended delivery method would not only standardize the lesson delivery, but also solve issues like day school venue and time. Conclusions derived from quantitative data. As discussed previously, several challenging factors affect student attendance, like family commitments, day schools clashing with office work. Low attendance results in poor performance at examinations across the centers. By observing the challenging factors that affect adult learners' attendance, we can come to a conclusion that supplementation of face-to-face day schools with online sessions would be a timely remedy. Therefore, it can be concluded that by incorporating face-to-face interaction through discussion workshops in between online sessions, an authentic language learning environment could be created. This is the list of references used in this study. Thank you.
Okay. The presentation is now open for questions and comments. Dr. Nirosha and Ms. Vijay Singh is present. You can maybe switch on your videos.
I thought that was very interesting presentation. Interesting idea actually. I just had a question like what is your teacher-student ratio in the physical classroom, and what do you propose if you have online sessions?
The teacher-student ratio is actually 1 to 50. 1:50. Normally, that is the rate we are using. But the thing is, when the students do not turn up, we find it really difficult to carry on with the classes because sometimes the student turn up is very low as 2 or 3 students in the class. So a single tutor has, we have been appointing tutors just for the purpose of tutoring only a single student sometimes or 0. So that is the ratio. And I think online sessions would be a very good solution, not only having online sessions, but to have discussions face-to-face between. So when you complete one particular unit, you can have a discussion and the students would be able to clarify their doubts within the online discussion. That was what I was proposing.
In your data, did you make a distinction between synchronous teaching and asynchronous teaching, like live teaching and what is uploaded, recorded, or you didn't make a distinction like that? Or?
Live teaching is possible, but sometimes since after the first COVID wave, we practiced on Zoom sessions, Zoom lectures. Not in this particular program, but in other programs, we experience certain technical difficulties.
So this data is for asynchronous then, no? Pre-recorded.
I propose asynchronous learning.
I think this data is actually to do with the physical classrooms that they had up to now. Am I right?
This was actually attendance. The data on attendance were collected from by the face-to-face sessions. Once we had the face-to-face sessions and then collected.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I'm proposing online teaching.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Subhashi, how do you account for the fact that, in places like Vaticolo, there was a very high attendance because, I mean, the factors listed as family commitments, clashes with employment, etc., seem to be common. But how do you account for that?
Yeah, the main reason I see is I have a very good experienced set of teachers in particular, and even I have always experienced the involvement of the assistant director is very high in particular. So actually, when I have been always approaching the tutors individually and sending them teacher schedules and worksheets things, emailing them, and the assistant director also was involved in them, and they actually they are really interested in conducting this English, particular English program for law students. So I see that is one reason behind it, and also the tutors are really experienced, a set of tutors in particular, especially.
Okay, thank you then, Subhashi and Dr. Abesekara. We will then move on to the next session, next presentation, I mean, sorry. So the next presentation is by N. Pereira, tapping into the L2 learner psyche, documenting the ought to self of student teachers.
Professor Rambokela, I'm here in the session.
Right, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Nandula. Good afternoon.
Then
My name is
Nandula, you can
Nandula
actually switch
Pereira,
on your video then
Department
if you're
of
presenting
English
live.
Language Teaching, University of Colombo. The study I'm going to present today is titled Tapping into the L2 Learner's Psyche, Documenting the Auto Self of Student Teachers. This study is based on the theory of language learner motivation. And studying language learner motivation has been a tedious pursuit for researchers over the last 50 years. This psycholinguistic phenomenon is complex. Its complexity has been both acknowledged and documented in the literature of language learner motivation. In the year 2005, Dornier makes an interesting shift in understanding language learner motivation by introducing the concept of the selves. He identifies two selves particularly pertaining to language learner motivation and terms them as the ideal self and the ought to self. The ideal and the ought to selves presented a linear link to understanding motivation. This linear link between the ideal and ought to selves and learner motivation was proven to be quite credible through the empirical studies that were conducted at the time. However, as the studies progressed and were conducted in their numbers, certain inconsistencies were observed between the ideal and ought to selves and learner motivation. In an attempt to address these inconsistencies, Jushweda and Dornier introduced the complex dynamic systems theory, where they look at motivation as a product of an amalgamation of certain components which in themselves are quite complex. In 2013, Norton adds to this theory of motivation by introducing the concept of investment as complementing the theory of motivation. When studying the literature on motivation, two ideas can be singled out. One is that any single aspect of motivation theory can turn out to be very complex. The other is that it is important to focus on the self or the individual in studying learner motivation.
Based on such a background, the present study attempts to analyze the presence of the ought-to self among a selected group of student teachers. Hence, the research question of the study is, what is the nature of the ought-to self in the selected group of student teachers? As was mentioned earlier, there are two selves identified by Dornier, ideal self and the ought-to self. In the present study, we deal only with the ought-to self, and the guide to deciding if a certain claim reflects the ought-to self or not is based on the criteria that the claim presents a prevention focus from the participant. That means it should either deal with an idea to do with safety, responsibilities, or the obligations of the participant. Those three things constitute ideas pertaining to the ought-to self. In the present study, we focus on the aspect of the self and anticipate complexity in this single theoretical trait. We do not attempt judgments on the presence or absence of L2 learning motivation because the data does not allow such a linear judgment. A visual called the career mountain is used, and the objective here is to indirectly retrieve evidence of the self concept. Considering the methodology of the study, Dornier, Henry, and McIntyre has recommended to adopt dynamically informed research designs when studying motivation because of the complexity in the singular traits that comprise motivation theory. Respecting that recommendation, in the study we used an image called the career mountain, which is displayed on the screen right now. And the objective of this visual is to extract evidence of the ought-to self from the selected group of student teachers. For the study, we selected 9 student teachers. They were selected randomly from a group of student teachers reading for the Bachelor of Education in English Language Teaching. This study adopts a qualitative methodology, and the visual given on the slide is used as the data collection tool. Coming to the results and discussion, the career mountains of all the 9 participants were filled with statements of career progress. Career progression was expressed as a series of events resulting in the upward mobility of the social and personal lives of the participants. 9 out of 9 participants expressed desire to complete the Bachelor of Education degree, while 4 of them wanted to complete a master's and 1 participant expressed desire to complete a PhD. Hence, it was evident that the participants imposed the desire to complete the present degree on themselves, thereby suggesting that it has a prevention focus for them. For some participants, achieving additional personal goals was a significant part of the career mountain. One participant, for example, wanted to become a director, a wife, and a mother, and these 3 roles were not mutually exclusive from each other. Although the goals were quite personal, there was suggestion of an obligation towards oneself. Hence, it was clear that although it is not the exclusive factor, the ought-to self is a noticeable factor contributing to the construction of their image of the future self. Three participants expressed desire to attract respect from people around them. It was very clear that these three participants have a personal obligation to succeed and that it is fueled by the need to please the societal expectations around them. Thereby, it is indicative of the evidence of the auto self. One participant very significantly showed that she has an obligation towards her family to succeed. This resonates the need to realize the dreams of parents, which is a very strong rhetoric in Sri Lankan culture. Considering all the evidence, it was very clear that the participants displayed an obligation to be successful as a teacher. It was presented as an obligation of success either towards themselves, to the society, or towards their parents. Coming to the conclusions of the study, it was very clear that the auto self was an evident trait in the career mountains. It consisted of an obligation towards oneself, towards a society, or towards making one's parents happy. Hence, among the participants in the study, the auto self was a quite noticeable factor contributing to construct their image of the future self. We would like to acknowledge the input of the student teachers who willingly participated in this study and presented here are the references used for the study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nandula. The presentation is open for questions or comments. Does anyone have questions or comments?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, yes, Dr. Rathod, yes.
Nandula, it's a very interesting presentation. Now, when somebody said that, it is very, very complex. We can't say something is ideal self or true self just by, categorize it in one way or the other. But for example, when one of your informants said that she wants to be a director, a wife, and a mother, wouldn't that be more like an ideal self, or sort of or does she feel that the society obligates her to be all three? How do you read that? Couldn't that be read in multiple ways?
Yes, definitely there are overlaps between the claims actually. So the decision was made on the fact that it was definitely a aspiration in that sense, but it was also presented as if it was not achieved, that it has a negative impact on the person. So there is an overlap, I agree, but the auto self element comes in the fact that it has to be somehow achieved. If not, it is looked upon as a personal failure by the participant.
So in your case, what you're saying, in other words, is perhaps you should bring that in, that personal failure, one of the criteria that you used to judge whether it was auto or something else was the fact that there was an element of personal failure there.
Yeah, so there was this added element of being, it had the prevention focus. So they are trying to achieve the dream in order to prevent
negative impacts of not achieving the dream befalling them. That kind of impact idea was there.
Okay, Nandula, thank you. I think Dr. Attata's question is though quite interesting and important because the categorization can also be critiqued. Ideal ought to, there seems to be quite a lot of overlap between those because you can blame yourself for not achieving an ideal that you went after also. We do that in life. So I think in that sense, I think perhaps that's a critical commentary that you can bring about the categories also.
Thank you, Professor.
All right, we can then move on to the next presentation. One of the earlier presenters had an internet connection issue, so she will be allowed to present at the end. She was not able to join at that point. So the next one is by Ms. HID Wazir and Dr. Hemamala Ratwatta, speaking confidently in English. Can ESL learners be trained?
Hi, greetings. I'm Hania Wazir. Hi, greetings. I'm Hania Wazir, PGIE postgraduate student of the OUSL. Dr. Hemamala Ratwatte from the Department of Language Studies, OUSL, is a co-presenter of this paper. Our topic today is speaking confidently in English. Can ESL learners be trained? As English teachers, we are very aware that our learners, even if they have intermediate or advanced level proficiency, are reluctant to speak in English. Research in this area has shown that lack of self-confidence, fear of making mistakes, lack of necessary language skills are primary reasons for this reluctance. Objectives of this study are to investigate whether training in impromptu speech could motivate reluctant, tongue-tied ESL learners to speak before a small audience and develop their confidence in speaking. I will briefly describe impromptu speech in the next slide. Impromptu speech involves delivering a speech without advanced preparation. Trismianti 2014 states. However, Ajang in 2016 states impromptu or extemporaneous speech requires a lot of pre-planning and pre-preparation. Methodology adopted for this study is an action research. A tailor-made IS intervention, including 3 cycles, were discharged during a period of 4 weeks, and there were 12 lessons in it. The participants were 31 ESL learners from an international school aged 15 to 16. Their proficiency level was intermediate. The experts were the independent observer and the teacher researcher who observed the performances of the learners and allotted a mark. Also, the learner self-evaluations and learner self-reflections were taken into account when collecting data. Evaluation criteria included delivery, clarity, introduction, content, and ending of a speech being assessed via a Likert scale, 1 to 5, 1 being the weakest and 5 being the strongest. At circle 1, you see at the early stage, the students rated themselves highly except for ending. They thought at the outset they delivered the speech effectively. However, the self-reflections indicate they were anxious. The self-reflection say, I forgot the points, I forgot to tell the ending. All these are reflections of physical and mental manifestations of anxiety. We say that there was sweating and the inability to come in front and speak, and those were the statements written by the comments written by the learners. And when we examine the learner diaries, we see the negative comments 108, which is a 44%, versus the positive comments 140, a 56%. This suggests a lack of confidence in the learners during cycle 1. In contrast to cycle 1, learner self-evaluations in 3 aspects, delivery, content, and ending, have declined, suggesting that as they became aware of the complexities in delivering a speech, they have realized that they are not as good as they thought they were in cycle 1. However, in clarity and introduction, their self-estimation has gone up. Let us look at the diary entries made during this period. Still nervous, but gaining confidence, high heart rate, but happy with the way they ended the speech. Also, crucially, learner 30 has become aware that he has become more confident in delivering the speech, also indication of gaining confidence. Looking at the positive comments, which is 169, 86% that is, and the negative comments were 78, that was 32%, indicates an increase in confidence. Interestingly, in the last cycle, the self-evaluation in all aspects have come down, suggesting that learners are now more self-critical, perhaps as consequences of becoming aware of the different aspects that they have to keep in mind when delivering an effective speech. And also, if we look at the individual components from cycle 1, learners were least sure about how to end the speech, more so than making the introduction or the other aspects. However, by cycle 3, we see the self-evaluations show that they have now become more sure of themselves. They have learned how to end the speech as well. Looking at the self-reflections, it confirms that the learners have learned how to make a good speech with a good beginning and a good ending as well. They are more confident, less anxious, and less tongue-tied. I know how to find words, how to organize. These are words of confidence. Also, self-critical in that they know how they have much room for improvement. In cycle 1, they thought they knew how to make an effective speech. In fact, towards the end, they have improved, and this is confirmed by the experts' feedback. You can see that expert evaluations have increased from cycle to cycle, reflecting the learner's increasing proficiency in making a speech. On the other hand, the learners themselves have become more critical and self-aware of the areas they lack knowledge in, and their own evaluations have decreased. The increase in the number of positive comments from cycle to cycle, from 44 to 83, and the decrease in negative comments from 56 to 17 suggests a significant increase in the level of confidence. The learner's self-reflections at cycle 3 also indicate an increase in motivation to speak and a reduction in anxiety and being tongue-tied. Learner self-evaluations on all 5 variants have decreased by cycle 3. It can be surmised that with the knowledge of techniques and competence gained, learners have become more self-critical. The marks awarded by the 2 experts confirm this. The expert evaluations increase from cycle to cycle. This is an indication of improvement. The improvement and building up confidence. The learner diaries show progressive gain in confidence, motivation, and a reduction in anxiety, suggesting that impromptu speech can motivate reluctant tongue-tied students to come in front of a small audience and speak a few words. It can be inferred that increase in knowledge and competencies is accompanied by an increase in confidence. In conclusion, this study has demonstrated that impromptu speech is a technique when integrated in teaching and learning with the intermediate level adolescent ESL learners. The learners gradually gain confidence and also become more competent in speaking in public. It has also shown that it is an enjoyable strategy among adolescent ESL learners to motivate and make them speak without reluctance and tongue-tiedness. Also, we see that the process of learning IS skills made the learners more self-critical and self-reflective. Learners like the relaxed atmosphere, and this reduced their anxiety in the class and facilitated them to speak much freely. It is recommended that teachers create a non-threatening atmosphere so that it will enable the adolescent ESL learner to speak freely in the class. And however, we see there are limitations in this study. Impromptu speech demands substantial and sustained teacher preparation. Paying individual attention to students in large classes is difficult. IS can only be used with intermediate or higher level proficiency learners. So those are the limitations. With that, I conclude this presentation. Now it's time for questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Wazir and Dr. Ratwatar. The presentation is open for questions and comments. Does anyone have questions or comments? Okay, then I guess we can move on to the next session. Then thank you once again, Ms. Wazir and Dr. Ratwatar.
Thank you.
Okay, the next presentation on our lineup is I am a little man when I speak English, Ideologies of Speaking English at a State University in Sri Lanka by Osanka Ratnasiri.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Osanka Ratnasiri from the Department of Languages, University of Morato, and welcome to my presentation. And here is how my presentation is organized. To start off with a little bit of background, the use of English for oral communication among Sri Lankan State University undergraduates has long been a topic of concern. And it is generally observed that these students do not often use English despite their many years of English education, their English language proficiency, and also the fact that they are reading for a degree in English medium instruction. Now, these highlight certain contradictions in using English, and the inhibitions to speak English in Sri Lanka have been extensively studied through a psychological lens in terms of motivation and second language anxiety. But when we actually look at English in Sri Lanka, it is surrounded by numerous socio-political complexities, and these cannot be forgotten. For example, it is a major instrument of power and a marker of oppression, and also it's a language of power, upward mobility, supremacy, and a privilege featured by social class. Therefore, the current study set out to explore the Sri Lankan State University undergraduates' reticence and ambivalence, two inhibitive factors towards using English, through a sociological perspective. The study did this by examining their rapport with English using a tri-lens of ideology, identity, and investment related to English and English use. Now, the current paper is part of this broader study, and the objective of this paper is to examine the language ideologies of speaking English held by a group of first-year undergraduates, as borne out in discussions on using English generally and at the State University context the study was located or set in. Moving on to the key theoretical perspectives, this study is largely informed by the post-structuralist theories that weave language and use as social phenomena mediated by numerous social factors such as power, positioning, and ideology. And as you know, ideology is a set of ideas and beliefs shared by a group of people. And when it comes to language ideologies, they relate to a wide range of phenomena that include ideas about the nature of the language itself and also to the way specific codes are connected to one's identities. So when we look at language as a complex social phenomenon, we can understand this as a set of ideologically defined resources and practices, and this weave is useful to understand second language acquisition as a fundamental social process of internalizing the norms and ideologies of a particular community of practice. According to the post-structuralist weaves, attitudes of language are recast as language ideologies. Second language acquisition is reconceptualized as second language socialization, and learner beliefs can be reconceptualized as learner ideologies. This study employed a narrative case study design with 7 first-year undergraduates following 2 profession-oriented honors degree programs in a technical state university in the western province of Sri Lanka. And it used purposeful sampling to screen and recruit the participants to the study. To do this, the study used intensity sampling and maximum variation sampling, 2 strategies of purposeful sampling. And to generate the data, the study employed a background profile questionnaire, including a set of inclusion criteria, and then identity portraits to screen the participants and to elicit implicit ideologies about English language and its use. And mostly it employed narrative interviews to have to elicit narratives about the participants' relationship with English and its use. And to analyze the data, the thematic technique of narrative analysis was used. Moving on to the results and discussion of this study, the results are organized under 2 main subthemes. 1, ideologies about the general act of speaking English, and 2, ideologies about using English in the university context under study. Ideologies about the general act of speaking English can be discussed in 3 points. First, English speaking is associated with an array of negative sentiments. And the 2 primary sentiments that stand out are fear and embarrassment. The fear of making mistakes and embarrassment of losing face in front of peers. And second, English speaking is equivalent to desiring perfection. When you speak English, it has to be error-free with perfect grammar and vast vocabulary. And this seems to be the common ideology among the students. And also, when you speak English, you have to have an accent, not necessarily British or American as we would imagine, but everyday speaking like. This indicates that when you speak English, you have to have that general comfortability of speaking English. The third point is English speaking is linked to powerful connotations around how one perceives themselves or their identities. And here two key ideas stand out. One is blindness. Implications of being handicapped and experiencing perceived hindrance, abandonment, and helplessness are indicated in remarks such as, I feel like I am blind when I speak English, and implications of powerlessness as one's identity is diminished or belittled are indicated by a remark such as, I am a little man when I speak English. Now, these remarks highlight contradictions as the general discourse around English in Sri Lanka is that it is used to indicate power, status, and supremacy. Moving on to the second sub-theme of ideologies about using English in the university context, English is not the preferred language for communication. It yields capital only within the academic sphere. It is used for specific types of academic needs where students have to use very specific, very restrained kind of English use, and it is used when everyone else uses it. Outside the academic sphere, English provides no social capital in the hegemonic subculture in the context. English use gets strangely noticed in the campus environment. English-speaking students are judged and labeled as being odd, different, strange, or posh. English-speaking students have limited friends, and it is also linked to deliberate attempts of trying to be posh or showing off one's socioeconomic status and social class. And the study shows that students are reticent and ambivalent toward using English as a strategy to avoid being a victim of such labeling practices, and it is either avoided or used only when everyone else uses it. And this highlights the subcultural hegemony in the context where there's unequal power relations between the Sinhala-speaking majority and the English-speaking minority of the students. In conclusion, reticence and ambivalence towards using English can be explained by the numerous socio-political tensions surrounding English and its use that have shaped the respondents' language ideologies about English, and also the discursive positioning of English in the context as a marker of negative social capital have shaped the learner ideologies about speaking English in the context. And the study calls for implications for ELT practitioners to explore the social context more and to examine language and learner ideologies evident in the students and to address these ideologies in ELT curricula and pedagogy. Here are the references of my study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ratnasiri. So now the presentation is open for questions or comments.
Osanka, superb presentation. Nice to hear some of the voices of your students.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Couple of comments. I think it's a little sad for me to see that still there is this kind of perceived incompetence that is preventing students from speaking. And I wonder whether you have thought about that theoretically as well in willingness to communicate model.
I actually read about this model, Miss, but the thing is, I've found that this the model is actually set in a bit of a psychological approach towards looking at this issue. So I stuck to ideology.
Okay, that's fine. But I saw that connection. And the other thing is, you said as a recommendation for that these should be implemented in curricula and can you give me an example specifically of how you think this curricula can be informed by this kind of study?
Yeah, I actually, after this study, I believe that we need to incorporate certain ideologies that students have. And first of all, we need to understand that students come to our classrooms with this kind of ideologies, and they have been shaped by so many years, and they come from various backgrounds. So if we understand this, and then if we can like subtly incorporate certain things into our lessons, for example, how English is used everywhere in the world, how it is probably the most common second language in the world, and how it is owned by speakers around the world, like not just us, because in our context, I think students are usually they are familiar with English speakers coming from the Western context, and not they haven't really seen English speakers from the Asian context, where like Chinese English speakers or Taiwanese or Singaporean, and so they believe that they have to have that perfect error-free that kind of an ideology is there. So if we actually show them that English is, I mean, even in the videos that we use in our classrooms, if we do not try completely stick to those Western speakers and use Chinese speaker or Russian or Spanish speakers, that mind
That's
that
really
idea
interesting.
kind of like subtly go in. And one of the other thing is, Miss, I actually have started implementing talking about these ideologies in the courses that I do. Like talking about these things has also some impact. Like you can talk
Okay.
about how, yeah, I think that is also kind of important.
Thank you, Sanka. I think I'll have a conversation with you later. They're very interesting ideas.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anybody else wants to raise a question or a comment? Okay, Osanka, thank you very much for that critical intervention. So we will move on to Osanka's was supposed to be the last presentation in this session, but one person had a internet difficulty and she has now reconnected. So can I ask Ms. K.A.D. Sandamali to make a presentation on developing English language reading skills of second language learners through multi-level teaching?
Sandamali, you are there, no?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
The chairperson and the researchers. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Dulashini Sandamali, and I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Education at the Open University of Sri Lanka. It's my great pleasure to share my research experience with you today. In my study, I focused on developing English language reading skills of second language learners through multi-level teaching. In Sri Lankan context, most of the teachers in an ESL classroom plan the lessons focusing on the learners whose skills and capabilities are at the expected level. The activities which are usually applied in an ESL classroom are planned, focusing on the whole group, assuming that they are in the expected proficiency level. As a result, especially the lower skills learners are neglected and banded as failures in the classroom. There can be students who only know the English alphabet and who are even very fluent in English in the same class. Therefore, an effective teacher designs lessons at multiple levels that challenge the students at their own level and provide support and scaffolding so children can push ahead to their own next level of learning. Okay, the aim of the study was to develop reading skills of grade 7 students through a multi-level teaching approach that addresses the needs of learners who are in different proficiency levels. I would like to pay your attention towards the objectives of the research. The research was based on 4 objectives. Identify the students' proficiency levels, examine the techniques and strategies that can be used in multi-level teaching, plan and implement multi-level teaching strategies and techniques, and assess the suitability of implemented strategies and techniques. Now let's look at the literature review. Bharadwaj stated that every student starting in any grade has his own pace of learning and his own level of learning. Thus, in grade levels of learning varies student to student. This variation performs in different levels of students and arises multi-level situation in the same grade. According to Schrank and Terrell, planning for multi-level classes requires the ability to juggle many different elements, as teachers must provide activities that address the learning styles, skills, and specific learning objectives of each individual. To further stress the need of using various techniques and grouping strategies, and a selection of self-access materials to assist all learners to be successful in their lessons for at least a portion of each class time. Then I will consider about the methodology. It was an action research and was conducted using 12 learners who were purposefully selected after administering a pretest. Classroom observations, pretest, and post-test were used as data collection tools. In data analysis, the intervention and its results were analyzed qualitatively, and the marks of the pretest and the post-test were analyzed quantitatively. Now, I'm going to discuss the results of my study. Actually, I focused on developing reading skills of the learners through multi-level teaching, as it is a crucial receptive skill. The pretest consisted with 3 questions to evaluate the reading skills, such as scanning and skimming, as well as vocabulary. Distribution of marks of the pretest is shown in this figure. It shows that 29% of students have obtained marks between 4.5 and 6.5. It's indicated that most of the students are lack of reading skills. The least number of students had obtained above 10 marks was 11%. Based on the interquartile range of the marks obtained for the pretest, the students were categorized into 3 levels as students who obtained above 9 marks, students who obtained between 5 marks and 9 marks, students who obtained below 5 marks. The students were categorized into 3 levels as it was convenient for the researcher to design most appropriate learning activities for each level. Actually, 20 lesson plans were implemented in the intervention to improve reading skills, skimming and scanning, and then the vocabulary. Right, this is the structure of all 20 lesson plans. Every lesson was started with the lesson approach with the whole class, and later group activities were assigned. The grouping strategy was changed according to the lesson. It would be a pair activity, group activity, or teamwork. Peer tutoring was also encouraged in the multi-level teaching. Grouping was done based on likability or cross-ability. Likability is where students of the same proficiency level work together, and it provides advantages for similar needs of the students. Cross-ability is where students of different proficiency levels work together, and higher level students can help the lower level students in such situations. Sometimes grouping was done randomly. At the end of the group activity, it was discussed with the whole class. In the evaluation, the tasks were differentiated according to the level. 3 different activities that address the needs of 3 different levels were assigned as the individual activity. At the end of the lesson, it was summarized with the whole class. From the first lesson to the last, the students were given homework to do in order to develop their vocabulary. They were asked to bring the English storybooks that they have in the first lesson. The researcher also brought some storybooks to the classroom. All storybooks were collected and categorized them from the simplicity to complexity. The students were given the storybooks according to their level. The lower level students were given simple storybooks, and the upper level students were given the books according to their levels. Finally, they were asked to read a part of the story for one day and collect new words in those books. Okay, this figure shows that all the learners have developed their potentials in English language reading as they have obtained higher marks for the post-test than the pre-test. 75% of the learners have shown a considerable increasement in English language reading. However, 25% of learners have slightly developed their skills related to English language reading. The rate of development in the skills related to the English language reading depends on the individual interest, experiences, self-motivation, and pace of learning. This graph provides evidences to prove that the multi-level strategies that were applied in the implementation were successfully facilitated all the students who belong to the lower level, expected level, and the higher level. Planning is the most crucial part in the multi-level teaching. When planning, teachers should be aware of the students' pace of learning, learning styles, and level of knowledge. As well, she should consider which activities should be assigned as a group activity, as a pair activity, and as tasks to be performed individually. The lesson plan should consist of different tasks for the students with different level of proficiency under the same objective. In multi-level instructional strategies, the lessons should be started with the whole class and the beginning activities should be assigned to the student as pair activities or as group activities. Activities can be differentiated at the evaluation. The lesson can be summarized with the whole class at the end. When considering about learning materials, different evaluation task sheets should be used for each proficiency level and they should be very attractive. As well, students should be allowed to select reading materials based on their interest and modern reading materials such as e-books and digital books can be introduced to the students. And activity sheets can be created to facilitate all the students, all the learners in each level of proficiency. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of planning and implementing the lessons to facilitate every learner in different proficiency levels instead of conducting lessons focusing on the middle level of learners. Right, these are the resources I referred in my study, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Sandamali. So now this is the final presentation and it's open for questions and comments. Does anyone have a question or a comment regarding the presentation?
Just a small comment, Sandamali, you can also refer to Brian Tomlinson, actually, I can't remember it's Brian Tomlinson about material development. I think that would complement what you're doing in your study.
Okay, I think that brings our session to a conclusion then. I would like to thank everyone who presented and to the audience which commented, critically engaged with the material, and also particularly to the OURS organizing committee and the technical staff who facilitated this under very, very difficult circumstances. So we had a very smooth experience on both days. And also, I'm very happy to see the amount of research that is being done and presented on English language teaching, because I think ours, the English language teaching sessions have been some of the longest, have the largest number of papers. So that's a very good development as far as I'm concerned. So all the best to everyone and all the best to everyone who presented. You can take your research forward, publish it, develop it, do further research. So I think we can bring this session to a conclusion then. Thank you very much.
Madam, I'm Chandani here, Professor Kamina. You can start now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session of the OURS 2020. Just give me a second. Okay, just what has happened? Okay. Welcome to the OUSL Research Sessions 2020. And in particular, welcome to this law session. So as you can see, the sessions are being conducted in a very different way this year, and we have all had to adapt to this situation due to the pandemic. However, I'm sure we're all quite used to this system now, so I'm sure we'll have a very successful session. So in this law session, we have 7 very interesting presentations on original and relevant themes. The presentations have been pre-recorded and will be broadcast to the listeners. Now the time limit is 10 minutes, so I have to mention that the time limit will be strictly enforced and the recording will stop as soon as the 10 minutes is over in order to give everybody time to have a discussion, right? So without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker who will talk on the topic of standardization of the Sri Lankan cybercrime regime, the underlying principle of proportional punishment. And our presenter is Mr. Balendra Surya, who is a visiting lecturer attached to the Department of Law of the British College of Applied Sciences. And he has earlier been an assistant lecturer in the Department of Law in the University of Jaffna. He obtained his bachelor's with a second-class honors also from the University of Jaffna, and is currently following a postgraduate diploma in commercial arbitration at the Institute for the Development of Commercial Law and Practice. And he has received several academic awards from the University of Jaffna while as a student. So thank you, Mr. Balendra. And can I request that the recording be played?
Madam Chair, panelists, my fellow presenters, audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Balendra Surya. I am from University of Jaffna. Today in this research conference, I would like to present my research finding on standardization of the Sri Lankan cybercrime regime, the underlying principle of proportional punishment. Therefore, without further delay, I would like to go through my oral presentation. At first, I would like to give a small background for my research. Before analyzing about cybercrime, first of all, we have to understand what's a crime and what's a criminal jurisprudence. Firstly, a crime has been defined in the Black's Law Dictionary as any action or any omission which is happened or which is committed in violation of any public law. Because of its nature and because of its effects, criminal injuries are significantly different from civil injuries. Because of the severity of the criminal injuries, the criminal prosecutions are generally undertaken by the state before the judiciary. Likewise, some other branches of law, criminal law also has been laid in the foundation of certain legal principles. There are 7 legal principles related to the criminal law, and proportional punishment is one among them. I have selected the proportional punishment principle in order to build my research as an analyze on the Sri Lankan cybercrime regime and its effectiveness in the practical sense. An effective and an efficient legal system is fundamentally necessary to achieve the primary objectives of the criminal law, including deterrence, retribution, incapacitation, and rehabilitation. Because of the digital development and the influence of the information and technology, the modern day crimes are significantly different from the traditional crimes, and even we can say it's aggregate with the most severe damages to the victims. Therefore, this research spotlights we have to enhance the standard of our cybercrime regime, and there is a significant urge to standardize our present legal framework related to the cybercrimes by way of incorporating proportional punishment in its scope. So these are my objectives of this research. Particularly, my objective is to identify and study the legal frameworks related to the cybercrime regime in Sri Lanka and to compare with the principle of proportional punishment, and once such measures are unmatched, discuss what are the adverse impacts of such unmatchability, and finally, as a significant outcome, I would like to address some pragmatic solution to overcome these struggles. Coming back to the methodology part, this is a qualitative inquiry. I have collected the data from the primary and secondary resources as well. This paper limits its scope to the principle of proportional punishment within cybercrime framework of Sri Lankan jurisdiction. Coming back to the core part, result and discussion, the development of the information and technology regime has significantly contributed to the evolution and the development of the world. Sri Lanka also not an exception on this regard. In Sri Lanka, the computer literacy and the internet penetration has been consistently in the upward trend, particularly in the last decade. This particular increasing computer literacy resulted in the public's involvement and engagement in different cyberspace platforms such as electronic commerce, social medias, electronic documents, electronic banking, and e-governance also. Even today also, it's quite relevant that we are having a conference 100% virtually because of the involvement and the development of the information technology in our country. These developments, in one hand, materially advance the globe in different pathways, but one thing we have to understand, in another hand, this exploitation and the malfunctions of the information results in detrimental consequences such as cybercrimes, privacy invasions, and many more kind of violations. Since Sri Lanka also as an emerging country leading towards the IT regime, as a developing nation, recently we have witnessed and we have victimized numerous incidents related to the cyberspace, such as cyber defamation, hacking incidents, spreading of fake news and misinformation, scammings, distributed denial of service attacks, intellectual property violation, electronic commerce related issues. Likewise, we have witnessed numerous cyberspace issues in the past decade, moreover in our recent regime. But however, as countermeasures, the government of Sri Lanka has attempted to respond these issues with 5 primary pieces of legislation, and also IP Act also relevant when the issues are coming under the intellectual property violations. Presently also, Sri Lanka is also marching towards the process of implementing Personal Data Protection Bill and Cyber Security Bill. In terms of cyber crimes, the Computer Crimes Act of 2007 in Sri Lanka is the sole piece of legislation which is dealing with the context. It was enacted with the standards prescribed by the Budapest Convention, and it's a quite comprehensive legislation in Sri Lanka so far. The reason is what? It has significantly identified almost all the offences identified by the Budapest Convention, and as well as it provides the punishment, and more particularly it prescribes the enforcement and investigation mechanism. But however, despite the numerous countermeasures attempted by the Sri Lankan government, cybercrimes are continuously reported in Sri Lanka. The above stats clearly provides the number of incidents reported to the Sri Lankan CERT from 2010 to 2019. So though the line is not a stable one, we can clearly understand there is a significant growth between 2010 to 2019 in the number of incidents reported. For an example, in 2010 only 151 incidents were reported, and in 2019 more than 3,500 incidents were reported. It's nearly 200% of increase in terms of reporting in Sri Lanka. So these statistics clearly questions the effectiveness of our existing Sri Lankan cyber frameworks, since our Cybercrimes Act was come into the operation in 2007, and these entire statistics are in the post legislative period between 2010 to 2019. Now we have to ask, what's a proportional punishment? So simply we can say the punishment shouldn't be too harsh or shouldn't be too lenient, and it should be a proportionate one to the gravity of the crime. So in terms of Computer Crimes Act of Sri Lankan framework, we can clearly understand section 3 to section 10 clearly mandates the offences and the punishments to the respective offences in the national context. Our Computer Crimes Act has attempted to incorporate the principle of proportionate punishment within its arrangement on one hand, through imposing severe punishment for a grave offence and small scale ones to the minor crimes. For example, the offences such as hacking, cracking, unauthorized modifications are generally understood as grave since they materially affect the reputation, business or operation adversely in an immense scale. Therefore, the punishment for such offence are comparatively severe, with the imprisonment up to 5 years or a fine up to 300,000 in Sri Lanka. But in another hand, such as the usage of illegal devices and such the minor cyber crimes are applied with the minor punishment to the culprits by way of incorporating proportionate punishment within its context. But in another hand, whenever we are having a more in-depth analysis of the Computer Crimes Act of Sri Lanka, we can clearly say the proportionate punishment has not been incorporated in some features. For example, the offences listed in the Act are clearly provides the penalties, but however the Act itself has failed to articulate and distinguish the different degrees of the offences, such as first degree and second degree, on the grounding of the potential damages rendered by such crime. So this approach on one hand clearly resembles the failure of the CCA to comply with the proportionate punishment. The cyber crimes has been resulted with the most economical loss to this community. But however, in our Sri Lankan context, the maximum punishment is provided by the Computer Crimes Act is up to 300,000 of fine and an imprisonment up to 5 years only. So whenever we are comparing this proportional punishment in terms of potential damages and the punishment provided by the CCA, we can clearly understand it's quite drastically low when we are comparing with the principle of potential potential punishment. On this aspects, I would say Sri Lankan legal framework is yet to work hard and yet to work towards incorporate the proportionate punishment within framework, since it fails to incorporate proportionate punishment in two manners. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look of USA's framework on the cyber crimes. Since United States of America having a rich framework on the mixture of the laws, such as federal laws, state laws, and as well as regulations, the Penal Code of United States of America clearly incorporate the proportional punishment within its articulation as a key notable feature. Have a look on the table 3. It's clearly identified first degree up to 5th degree of the offences, and in the same time have a look on the penalties. The first degree of the offence is imposing the penalty up to 20 years of imprisonment or a fine up to 15,000 United States dollars as fine. Similarly, have a look on 5th degree of the offence as a very minor offence. Even to that offence, the penalty is imposed up to 6 months of imprisonment and a fine up to 1,000 United States of American dollars. It's nearly 200,000 Sri Lankan rupees, gentlemen. So here in this point we can understand where Sri Lanka lacks, where we are lacking in terms of incorporating proportional punishment because of lack of updating stuffs in our Computer Crimes Act. Have a clear comparison here. We can understand Sri Lanka has overlooked to incorporate proportionate punishment within its articulation. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays as the 21st century people, we have understand the necessity of the cyberspace in our daily routine. So here, especially particularly after COVID-19, we have understand different sectors are incorporating cyberspace as the primary platform. Therefore, we have to ensure the privacy, security, and the protection of the cyberspace in this modern world. So the study clearly points out the ineffectiveness of our existing cyber legal framework in Sri Lanka, and it's clearly highlight the necessity of incorporating the proportional punishment within its articulation as a significant features. This study reveals inadequate and disproportionate punishments are one of the core reasons for the failure and ineffectiveness of the modern Cyber Crimes Act, and I would like to suggest in the near future we can incorporate proportional punishment either by advancing the punishment or increasing the punishment on one hand, or either by giving open-ended sections by way of empowering the judicial discretion to determine the punishment to the modern crimes. The reason is, on the daily basis we cannot amend our laws since our legislative procedure is something lengthy, but in another hand the information technology advancement is quite speedy. For example, the artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency issues, and there are numerous issues are emerging on the day-to-day basis. So therefore we have to counter attack and to counter measure those big challenges. To some extent, I would suggest we have to give some liberty and discretion to the judiciary in order to strengthen our legal system related to the information and technology. I am pretty sure that proposed strategy will escort the justice system towards the attainment of the objectives of the criminal law on one hand. Secondly, it will.
Yeah, we'll have to stop there. Thank you very much. You pretty much kept to time. And now we'll have a question and answer session. So please keep your video also on. So the
Sure, ma'am.
Presentation is open for discussion and questions. Can you raise your hand? Yes, Yasodhara.
I have a question to Surya Barendra. It's an interesting paper. I would like to raise a question because in your paper, this presentation, you have compared with US. But I have a concern because United States, it's a well-developed country in terms of economy and legal framework, everything. So my suggestion is why didn't you choose a similarly similarly state country like equally state with Sri Lanka, like a developing country, rather than a developing country? Why did you choose a United States? And because as you said that proportional that should be there, because that is a major lacking part in our cybercrime legal regime. But still, I would say that it's my just a suggestions. You could have taken some other developing country, how the legal framework is there. So, and what is the justification that you have taken United States for comparison?
Can I answer right now, ma'am?
Yeah, carry on, Mr. Balendra.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. So, in my perspective, I am presently feeling that information technology law as is an emerging regime. So the developing countries are yet to flourish or yet to refine their legal jurisdiction. For example, in Maldives, they don't have a Cybercrimes Act itself. So in my personal consent, as almost every developing countries are tackling and trying to refine their internal laws, I would say the United States of America has a better legal framework since it's a combination of legal regime. So on that perspective, I say, rather than comparing with the developing country, the country has already experienced information technology in the modern trend, and a country is marching towards in the stage of development, such as United States. If we are starting to comparing such kind of measurement, it would be appropriate. But as you said, I didn't notice there are certain drawbacks when we are comparing a developing country with a developed country's perspective. The reason is the sectorial development, cyber security frameworks. Likewise, everything are significantly different whenever we are comparing a developed country with a developing country. But I just took United States of America as a comparison on this ground.
Thank you, Balendra. But you could have given the justification. If you could have given the justification clearly, I think it would be acceptable, because as a researcher, we have to give justification. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Another question, please. You can raise your hand or just open up your video so we can see who is asking the question. Okay, let me ask a question. Now you have told us your presentation is really on the proportionality of punishment, but I would like to know the extent that there are prosecutions. Before we talk about punishment, is anybody actually being prosecuted? And are those prosecutions successful? And have any punishments been issued up to now?
Significantly, we don't have, I believe we don't have any experience like that, ma'am. So even in my research, I have pointed out there are significant drawbacks with regarding our Computer Crimes Act and Computer Crime Act jurisdiction and its enforcement, such as practical difficulties, evidence-wise, even information technology knowledge-wise. So we have certain drawbacks. So as you said, even though I am giving a substantive law firmly, if there's a lacking in the procedural part, it's a useless one. That's absolutely correct, ma'am. But for my research, I had a limitation. But as you said, even I also according to my research also, there are not much significant judgment and punishment within our framework, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I can see the list of, yes, Ruantika. Ruantika, unmute yourself, please. Okay.
Yeah, Professor, as an addition to the Dr. Yashodhara's comment, I just want to suggest you that in India, actually, they have very developed framework for the cyber security. For an example, in 2011, they have introduced separate data protection, some amendments to the existing data protection law. So, as Dr. Yashodhara suggests, I think exploring the Indian jurisdiction will be much better. With regard to the Sri Lankan jurisdiction, I think that's a comment. But when we look at your presentation, actually it's a well organized and very comprehensive presentation. And congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruantika. We have time for another question. Anybody else? No more questions? Okay. Then we'll close this presentation, and thank you very much and congratulations. And I think we all look forward to seeing the final product. And I'm sure you'll continue with your research on this. Thank you very much.
Sure, madam. Thank you so much.
So now our second presentation is an area of interest to me, and it's on conservation of biodiversity and implementation of development projects. And our presenter is Varnani Disanayaka, who graduated recently from the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo, and is now an attorney at law. And she did this research in her final year in the law faculty. And I look forward to hearing this one. So can I call upon Varnani, and her presentation will be broadcast. Okay. So can we have Varnani's presentation, please? Thank you.
Good evening. I am Varnani Disanayaka. My research topic is conservation of biodiversity and implementation of development projects. I have divided my presentation into following subtopics. Introduction. The absence of a proper mechanism to dispose solid waste can be identified as a major issue in Sri Lanka. This has created serious environmental and socio-economic issues. In order to address this issue, the Ministry of Urban Development, Water Supply and Drainage proposed the construction of a sanitary landfill in Aruwakkalu, Pethiya. The landfill was proposed to be constructed at an abundant limestone quarry site. According to the environmental impact assessment report that was conducted in respect of the proposed project, the project site is surrounded by a well-developed forest, and it lies within 1 mile buffer zone of Wilpartha National Park. Moreover, the project site is in close proximity to Lunuoya and Kalaoya estuary. It must be noted that Lunuoya and Kalaoya estuary supports the most pristine mangrove patch in Sri Lanka. The sensitive environment of the project site can be seen in these pictures. This is the site in which the proposed project was to be constructed. The The objectives of the study can be identified as follows. Analyze the national legal framework in relation to the conservation of biodiversity. Understand the international standards in relation to the conservation of biodiversity. Ascertain the lacunas inherent in the national legal framework. Identify the reasons as to why a sanitary landfill must not be constructed in Arwakal. Methodology. The research was conducted as a qualitative research. Primary and secondary data was used to conduct the research. Interviews were carried out with Urban Development Authority, Sri Lanka Halcyon Lanka Corporation, Gangewadiya Naval Base, Central Environmental Authority and villages. Data was also collected by way of observation. Environmental Impact Assessment report of the proposed project, online news articles and publications of IUCN were used as secondary data. In the data analysis, national legal enactments and international conventions were analyzed to identify whether national legal framework is in conformity with international standards. Furthermore, national legal enactments were examined to ascertain whether they promote conservation of biodiversity and to identify the lacunas inherent in the law. Results and discussion. The results of the study can be discussed under two subtopics: drawbacks of the project approval process and environmental impact assessment report, reforestation as a conservation method. Drawbacks of project approval process and the environmental impact assessment report. According to the National Environmental Amendment Act number 56 of 1988, projects that are categorized as prescribed projects, whether undertaken by state or private entity, requires the approval of a project approving agency. Regulation number 772/22 of 1993 lists out the prescribed projects. Accordingly, the construction of any solid waste disposal facility having a capacity exceeding 100 tons per day is considered as a prescribed project. As the proposed project intends to process 1,200 tons of waste per day, it requires the approval of a project approving agency and an assessment of its environmental impact. When we consider the international standards, we can see that Principle 17 of Rio Declaration and Article 14 of Convention on Biological Diversity stipulates that environmental impact assessment as a national instrument shall be undertaken for proposed activities that are likely to have a significant adverse impact on the environment. Therefore, the procedure adopted in relation to the approval of high-risk projects prima facie falls in line with the international standards. The proposed project has received the approval of the project approving agency despite its adverse and irreversible impact upon the environment and biodiversity. Therefore, it is questionable whether there are any drawbacks in the project approval process. The following drawbacks were identified in the project approval process. Environmental impact assessment report is required only in respect of prescribed projects. The absence of a mechanism to consider the cumulative impact of many projects on a region is identified as another drawback in the project approval process. There are impediments to public participation in the project approving process. Overarching powers have been vested on the Secretary to the Ministry, which enables him to nullify a decision of the project approving agency. The absence of a proper mechanism to implement the post-EIA monitoring is identified as another drawback in the project approval process. Reforestation as a conservation method. The lack of legal provisions in our legal framework which facilitates reforestation or rehabilitation has led to the destruction of biodiversity in the island. When it comes to the sanitary landfill, the project proponents have not made any indications as to whether they expect to rehabilitate the area once the project has reached its limitation period. Therefore, it is apparent that reforestation or rehabilitation has received least attention in Sri Lanka when it comes to project approval. As concluding points, I would like to point out the following points. The National Legal Framework relating to the conservation of biodiversity contains certain significant provisions which assure its conformity with the international standards. However, in certain instances, the legal protections are restricted to the statutes. Certain drawbacks in the environmental impact assessment and post-environmental impact assessment monitoring were identified as having the potential to cause the degradation of biodiversity. Certain provisions were identified as vesting overarching powers with a single individual, which has the potential to nullify the protection afforded to environment. Moving on to recommendations, I would like to make following recommendations to be made in the project approving process. I have referred following materials when conducting my research. With that, I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Varnani, for a very interesting presentation, and you were well within time. I think that presentation will give rise to a lot of questions. So would anybody like to start? And Varnani, can you turn on your video so that everybody can see you?
Yes, ma'am. I have turned on my camera.
Great. I can see you now. Okay. So we have 5 minutes for questions and we're ready to go. Does anybody want to start off? Just unmute yourself. Anybody? Okay. Let me start off with a question then. Varnani, you mentioned that the level of public participation in this project was inadequate. Can you expand a little more on that? Was the public in that area called upon to give their views on this project?
As far as I know, the what I meant by public participation is that the environmental impact assessment report is published in mainly in English, but the summary is provided, I think, in Sinhala and Tamil. But therefore, the public is not made aware of the impact of the project with regard to the environment. But when it comes to this project, the media involvement in the media was actually, they were well aware of the project and its impacts on the environment. So therefore, the public in this area had a considerable knowledge of the project and its impact. And we also saw in news also that they were protesting against this project. However, but also in the environmental impact assessment report, they say that they propose to carry garbage by concealed trains. But when the project was implemented, they used trucks, and they were carried in roads. So, and that also and in respect of that also, there were protests by the people, and so the people were well aware of the project.
So the garbage is not being buried, it is just being dumped on top of the surface.
No, they were proposing to dig the land, and according to the report, it's safe, but we don't know if it is really implemented because there was no monitoring process.
Yes, I saw you have raised a lot of issues about the weaknesses of the whole EIS system, which have come out very clearly in this project. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Any more questions for our presenter? Okay. If there are no more questions, we'll end that presentation. Thank you very much, Varnani. For me also, that was very interesting, and I learned a lot about this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our third presentation is on the applicability of videographic evidence towards a strong procedural criminal justice system. And here we have a comparative analysis with Sri Lanka and Japan. And we have joint authors here, Ms. Madhushani Supunika and Ms. Pulnadi Liyanage, who are both from the KDU and are now preliminary year law students at Law College. And the presentation will be made by Ms. Supunika. So can I ask that presentation to be broadcast, please?
Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, our research topic is applicability of videographic evidence towards a strong procedural criminal justice system, a comparative analysis with Sri Lanka and Japan. The present evidence ordinance of Sri Lanka was enacted in the colonial era. However, the degree of admissibility of evidence is upgraded to a certain extent from time to time according to the material changes through electronic means. So, this research aims at finding out to what extent the electronic evidence has been effectively utilized to protect the transparency of evidence given by the suspect when interrogating the suspect within the procedural criminal justice system. And the objectives are to identify the prevailing legal system on transparency of interrogation of suspects, to recognize whether the rights of suspects and victims are protected equally, and to propose necessary amendments to the existing legal regime. So basically, three methodologies, including the observation method, black letter approach, and comparative research methodology between Sri Lanka and Japan was used for this research. This also employs a qualitative analysis of primary data and secondary data. According to the procedural aspect, admissibility of evidence plays a significant role in attainment of justice. So, prior to the enactment of the Evidence Special Provisions Act 1995, courts were reluctant to accept material changes of evidence, even though such new types of evidence embodies a high degree of accuracy itself. It is evident from Benwell versus Republic of Sri Lanka. However, the 1995 enactment to evidence ordinance covers audiovisual recordings and information contained in statements produced by computers, and the judiciary was also convinced to consider the other digital evidence for the time being based on its high admissibility. For example, in Marine Star Private Limited versus Amanda Foods Lanka Private Limited, the court recognizes SMS as admissible evidence regardless the fact that such evidence appears on the surface of the electronic device. So this emphasizes the extent of the judicial activism in Sri Lanka. But it does not address the transparency of evidence given in the interrogation process. Nevertheless, the 1999 Amendment to Ordinance provides for the protection of child witnesses on child abduction cases by accepting video recorded interviews with the child as admissible evidence by way of ensuring the transparency and efficiency of the evidence taken on the side of witnesses. Also, the Assistance to and Protection of Victims of Crime and Witnesses Act 2015
Read with the 2017 amendment ensures the transparency and efficiency of the evidence taken on both victims and witnesses in criminal cases through contemporaneous audiovisual recordings. So, at the end, there is a questionable position regarding the protection of rights of a suspect until he or she has been proven guilty because of the lack of transparency in the interrogation process. During the observation period, the ongoing case of OIC Police Station Mount Lavinia versus PD Bulatwata and 6 others is significant because the identification parade was postponed for more than 10 years in here. So it is evident that there is a questionability of the fairness of the process towards the suspect in comparison to the victim because they have to remain as suspect for the whole period until proven guilty, even though according to the preamble of the Constitution, right to dignity of person should be upheld. And the state has an obligation to ensure that all human beings are equal in dignity and rights according to the UDHR. Moreover, judiciary interpreted that both mental and physical torture can be included under Article 11 of the Constitution. So it could be justified that a suspect without any verdict delivered upon him for a long period will lead to mental torture. And it could be argued that the request to hold an identification parade through contemporaneous recordings, even after 10 years of filing the case, based on the Assistance to and Protection of Victims of Crime and Witnesses Act, only gives consideration to the rights of the victims and not of the suspects. So it violates the broader interpretation of Article 12.1 of the Constitution on equality before law and equal protection of the law. When it comes to the Japan Constitution, it refers to a just and a fair criminal justice framework than the Sri Lankan Constitution because it grants the accused the right to enjoy a speedy and public trial by an impartial tribunal, and also makes strict provisions regarding own confessions made by a suspect. This is done by making evidence inadmissible if only there is proof of his own confession, unless it is proved by corroboratory evidence, and also excludes evidence given by threat or inducement or compulsion, torture after a prolonged arrest or detention. Statutory laws have also effectively contributed to the transparency of admissibility of collecting evidence to strengthen the criminal justice process. According to the 2016 judicial reform to the Japanese Code of Criminal Procedure, interrogation of suspects need to video record interrogations from the time the suspect enters the room to the time the suspect leaves. Admissibility of those evidence will become high when compared to written statements that are provided as evidence in interrogations because it can be utilized as original evidence even in appellate proceedings, as well as the suspects will not be induced or threatened by the investigators during interrogations. So the accuracy of the confession will be high and the rights of the suspect will be safeguarded. So when analyzing both the Sri Lankan and the Japanese criminal justice systems, it is evident that the constitutions of both countries provide different degrees of standards towards the suspect. This is mentioned in the Japan Constitution, which guarantees the right against self-incrimination, while also guaranteeing a speedy mechanism to effectively attain justice by protecting the rights of victims and suspects. Nevertheless, Sri Lanka lacks reference in this regard, although a mere presumption of innocence is indicated in the Fundamental Rights chapter regarding the suspects. Besides, Sri Lankan constitution guarantees the freedom from torture, same as the Japanese constitution, but it neither ensures a speedy process nor a prescribed time period to arrive at a verdict. Further, the CCP of Japan recognizes that confession against self-incrimination is not considered as admissible evidence to give effect to the constitutional rights under the procedural aspect of the criminal justice system. According to the 2016 amendment to the CCP, inclusion of the video recording in interrogations is criminal cases further ensure the right of self-incrimination of suspects and also standardize the accuracy of collecting evidence to achieve justice and maintain transparency of the criminal justice system in Japan. In contrast, in Sri Lanka, collection of evidence through video recording is only granted to the victims and witnesses and not to the suspects. When comparing the procedural aspect in the criminal justice system in Sri Lanka and Japan, it is clear that even though the Sri Lankan legal regime accepts the admissibility of videographic evidence to a certain extent, it has failed to give recognition to the rights of the suspect, which is a violation of Article 12.1 of the Constitution, and has failed to protect the dignity of the suspect because the time period of conclusion of a case is difficult to be anticipated due to the inefficiency in gathering evidence. Further, confession against self-incrimination is not guaranteed by the Constitution or the evidence ordinance, and the transparency of evidence given by a suspect is challengeable. So, recommendations should be introduced promptly with corroboration to the existing acceptable method of admission of videographic evidence to guarantee the rights of suspects similar to victims and witnesses. Hence, a reform shall be introduced to the evidence ordinance to protect rights of both the victim and suspect by way of video recordings in interrogations as solid evidence. In addition, it could be identified that even though there is a prescriptive time period to file a case, there is no reference to the prescriptive time period in pronouncement of the verdict. Therefore, a reform should be introduced to the Code of Criminal Procedure include speedy and reasonable time period to conclude a case because it will adversely affect the personal liberty of the suspect if he was to be remanded without any solid evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you were well within time. And it's now open for discussion. Please open your, okay, thank you. So that everybody can see you. We have 5 minutes for questions. Any questions?
Supanika.
Yes.
Congratulations for your very good. It's a very good presentations.
Yeah,
so I have actually what I come to a conclusion after listening to your presentation. As of now in Sri Lanka, the right to fair trial is not adequately guaranteed either under the constitutions, any other law. Is that your conclusion?
Yeah. Our conclusion is there is no prescriptive time to end the case.
But when you put that table, Japan and Sri Lanka, but it clearly shows there are that particularly Article 37, if I remember 38, and another article, 37, 38. So that equivalent to those provisions, we don't have any provisions in Sri Lanka. That's what you said, no? So don't you think that judiciary can cover those aspects under Article 12 of the Constitution? Under judicial activism. I think so far the cases, all the aspects of fair trial, because we are party to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, even the state parties reports, it's mentioned that fair trial adequately considered under Article 12 of the Constitution, because which gives equality before the law. So it covers, so that's, I'm just asking, because now even though we don't have expressly, we don't say as like Japanese constitution, but still, don't you think that we can cover those aspects under Article 12 of the Constitution?
We try to emphasize we need to transparency.
Okay.
In the interrogation process.
So that then how then do you want to say that it has to be under the Constitution, or whether we can't we have any enabling legislation, or can't we have any provisions under Criminal Procedure Code and any other kind of
our according to our recommendation, we try to recommend the section for the evidence ordinance or and either Criminal Procedure Code.
So you are not particularly suggesting any reform to the constitutional provisions, right?
No.
No. Only to the Evidence Act, and so why
evidence
didn't you? Yeah, then my question, then again I ask a question. So why don't we also introduce as provisions like Japanese constitution? Why don't we expressly state those rights under the constitution? So
if we try to add another section to the constitution, we have to the French.
What you're saying is it will be very difficult.
Yeah, that's why we.
But I think now
Yeah.
Yes. I think now again this now present government also asking
Can
opinions
be.
from the
Yeah.
public constitutional reform. So they have not like earlier, they have listed out all these particular chapters and they ask specific recommendations. So one of there is chapter 3 of the constitution, fundamental rights.
Yes.
They ask also if we want, we can, kind of additional provisions, we can just, why don't we try? I mean, whether we get the 2/3 or that is a different thing, but now as the government ask opinion, I think from
Yes.
everyone. So I think
Yeah,
even
I saw that.
yes.
Thank you for advice.
Supanika, I have a question.
Yes.
You took a very interesting point of view when you are talking about
I can't hear.
interesting that you looked at it from the point of view of the suspect. But do you really think it is the suspect needs the same protection? Because very often the suspect will be in prison, probably in remand.
As a human being?
Okay, fine. But is it practically possible? Because videographic evidence is particularly focusing on children. I think that's where it really started. And now it is when the victim is usually only a witness, right? The victim to a crime is a witness now. But the suspect has to be present in court.
Yes.
You can't have a trial without the suspect not being there. So in that case, why should the suspect have a right to videographic evidence?
We only recommend in the interrogation process to videographic evidence.
By the police?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you saying that's because it will be a protection from torture?
Yes, definitely.
What about what they do with the US police, where they have to have body cameras and they have to turn on those body cameras? We saw a lot of it in these recent troubles over the Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, Ford case.
So would you suggest something like that in order to protect a suspect from being
that is
tortured?
better, even better that method.
Okay, so maybe you can think of that also. But where the court case is concerned, the suspect will have to be present in court, no? But the witnesses can give remote evidence. So in court, would it be necessary for the suspect to have videographic evidence? What do you think? Would you carry on? Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Basically, we try to take the transparency of the evidence taken from the suspect. So if that person want to appeal the case, no need to interrogate again.
Okay.
Suspect. So there is evidence already. Then when concluding the case, it's really easy to access the evidence.
Okay. Okay. No, I think you've taken a really interesting point of view, a very original point of view in your presentation. So I hope you'll continue to research it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much then. And we'll get on to the next one. The next one is on a natural rights perspective on abolition of prescription of land through the new title registration law. And this presentation is made by Mr. A.J.S. Jayaratna, who is a final year student of our own department. And the co-author is Mr. W.D. Manoj, who is a senior lecturer. So can I please request that the recording be broadcast?
Madam, Sir, my paper is titled A Natural Rights Perspective on Abolition of Prescription of Land through the New Title Registration Law. In Sri Lanka, the Roman Dutch loan prescription was abolished by Regulation number 13 of 1822. Therefore, the entirety of loan prescription of land is now found in the Prescriptions Ordinance of 1871. Section 3 of that ordinance states, proof of 10 years of undisturbed and uninterrupted possession by an adverse or an independent title entitles a party to a decree in favor of them. Meanwhile, the Registration of Title Act of 1998 was enacted to introduce a title registration system in place of the current deed registration system. A cadastral surveying of land is currently underway, and the BIM-Survey program is in the process of registering such land. Title certificates are issued by the state to recognized owners. The objective of the new law is establishing clear and strong title in order to improve utilization of land and economic development. This is part of a global trend. In order to achieve this objective, Section 57 of the Act states that prescriptions ordinance shall not apply to land or land interests registered under this Act. This means that prescription of land in Sri Lanka will come to an end over the next few decades. The objective of this study is to assess the impact of abolition of prescription of land from a natural rights point of view. It will examine whether it is desirable to abolish prescription altogether or whether it should be preserved. It also studies how the law on prescription can be modified to ensure justice. This is a qualitative research based on primary and secondary sources. The following is the framework for discussion. Firstly, the relationship between possession and ownership. Then, possession as the original mode of acquisition of land and its implications for natural rights. Thirdly, instances found in case law where possessor, not the title holder, was the true owner. Fourthly, instances where a long-term possessor deserves to be owner. And then effects of abolition of prescription based on the observations above. And finally, suggestions. How humans behave toward natural resources is determined by the utility of those resources. To utilize a natural resource, it has to be possessed. Unlike ownership, which is purely a legal concept, possession has a natural as well as a legal aspect. Therefore, natural right theorists argue that possession must be the historical root of ownership. There are two prominent approaches within the natural theory regarding origin of property. First possession theory states that a person could acquire an unknown plot of land by mere occupation. It recognizes the relationship between possession and ownership. But John Locke developed the labor theory of property, which maintains that unowned land was acquired by utilization of such land rather than by mere occupation. This recognizes the relationship not just between possession and ownership, but also between possession and utility. One implication of the primacy of possession is the recognition that property is a natural right that predates the political state. Therefore, the state has to respect it on the same level as right to life and liberty. Today, in most cases, possession seems to follow ownership. A person starts possessing something only after she acquires it through a gift, transfer, or such other method, or after the owner gives permission to possess it. But what the above theory suggests is that originally ownership was a recognition of possession. Even today, when a person is seen in possession of a thing, it is presumed that person owns that thing. Even where a property is acquired for the sole purpose of being sold again, it has an exchange value only because another party is desirous of possessing it. Therefore, the object of ownership is still possession. But today, acquisitive prescription of land is the only method by which possession can turn into ownership. Abolition of prescription means possession will no longer determine ownership under any circumstance. This raises several issues. In Karim vs. Dole, a brother and sister lived in two separate parts of the house with their families for over 30 years. For some reason, the title was only in brother's name. When they died, their descendants got into a legal dispute with each other. Sister's children claimed there had been a verbal gift in favor of her. Their conduct over the period of 30 years was consistent with this, but there was no evidence to prove the alleged verbal gift, which took place a long time ago, but the court recognized prescription by the sister. In Alvis vs. Pereira, an owner apparently transferred the property to a friend, but this was only to escape creditors. His children and grandchildren continued to live in the property for over 60 years. Court recognized prescription by the descendants. In the first case, the true conveyance was technically invalid, and therefore the title was misleading as to true ownership. In the second case, the technically valid conveyance was a pretense, and therefore the title was again misleading. If the court had been forced to consider the title alone, justice would not have been delivered. But in above cases, possession by the true owner was not an accident. The object of ownership is possession. It has to be presumed that a true owner would want to possess her property directly or through agency, or at least take action to prevent unpermitted possession by another. According to the prescriptions ordinance, an owner can interrupt adverse possession any time before the 10 years pass by instituting action. If she does not, that has to be considered abandonment. The new law assumes there can be no abandonment of land by the title holder. This is not factually true. For example, in some marginal rural areas where the land is not sellable and the maintenance cost is high, owners sometimes abandon their land and migrate. It is justified to recognize a long-term possessor of such property as the owner because it is very similar to the unowned land in the state of nature discussed in the natural rights theory. Furthermore, abandonment does not have to be intentional. Serious neglect of the property for a long period of time also amounts to abandonment. Such neglect is inconsistent with the object of ownership, which is possession. If the owner neglects possession entirely, the possessor gets an opportunity to claim ownership. Abolition of prescription will negatively affect delivering justice in individual cases such as those discussed earlier. As a general rule, it is better to leave the court room to consider all the circumstances, including possession, when adjudicating a dispute, rather than forcing it to consider the title alone. Secondly, basing ownership completely on a certificate issued by the state is damaging to the natural rights foundation of property. Both the public opinion and judicial attitude can shift in a manner unfavorable to individual property rights. Thirdly, threat of prescription motivates owners to actively possess and utilize their land. Its abolition can have the opposite effect. Fourthly, prescription is a method of redistribution of land within the civil society with minimal state intervention. Its abolition can aggravate the issue of land scarcity. Therefore, the conclusion is preservation of prescription is desirable in general. However, there is room for improvement. For example, in addition to adverse possession, direct and personal occupation by the claimant can be made a prerequisite. Whether the land has been used for a beneficial purpose can be looked at in line with Locke's labor theory. If policymakers feel prescription is too disruptive, the most effective solution is to bring down the number of claims by raising the 10-year period to 20 or even 30 years. Reforms such as these will ensure justice on a natural rights basis while making prescription more compatible with the objectives sought by the new title registration law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very informative presentation. And I think you touched on an issue that is of great concern because now they're implementing the registration of title Act. Okay, so this presentation is now open for discussion. Does anybody have any questions? Please unmute yourself. Yes, Ramindu.
Yeah, I have a question. Like I think I agree with the conclusion of the presentation, but I'm curious to know why you use the idea of natural rights theory as your theoretical kind of framework. Because this idea that property is a natural right, I think it's a kind of an outdated idea by today, right? So, for example, Locke's idea that life, property, and liberty are natural rights which belonging to the natural order. Today, I don't think it has a wider acceptance because there is nothing natural in private ownership. For example, in ancient tribal societies, there was no idea of property. Property is also a kind of a social construction. So like contemporary theorists, I don't think they would refer to the natural rights theory to justify property rights. So I just felt that it would have been better if you could use a more contemporary idea to justify your defense on property rights.
Yes,
thank you, sir.
would like to respond? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Contemporary theorists like Epstein has actually used natural rights theory to justify property as a right the state should respect on the same level as life and liberty. And why I have used natural rights is recognizing the primacy of possession. It is through possession originally ownership was created, and therefore we have to keep that in mind when making legislation regarding prescription or generally land law.
Okay, Ramindu, do you have a response or does somebody else want to ask another question? Okay. Any other question? We have a little time. Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to ask a question from Ashant Professor.
Yes, Sanat, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Ashant, for your nice presentation. So I have one question, and it's about, so what is the bigger concept, ownership or the possession? So according to your understanding.
I think the fundamental concept is possession, because ownership has no meaning without possession.
Okay, so I think you could have just go through the sections of the Title Registration Act, because title registration, they offer first class registration as well as second class registration. So second class registration is offered to the lands that have some kind of defects of the title. So that defects also covers not having some kind of the legal document to prove the ownership or something like that. So under that section, we can argue that the concept of possession impliedly recognized under the second type of registration. So we cannot just say that the Title Registration Act has abolished the entire idea of prescription. It says that the secondary title is there. After possessing, I think, if I am right, after possessing 10 years or something like that, it can be converted into the first class title according to Title Registration Act. So you could could have referred to that sections and included it into your presentation. I think that would be your arguments would be much better if you have looked into that sections also. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sanat. I hope that comment was helpful, Ashant.
Yes, ma'am.
When you take this forward. And Mr. Ramindu as well. Any other questions or comments on Ashant's presentation? No. Okay. And thank you again, Ashan. That was also extremely informative to me. So let's get on to the next one. Okay, so the next one is on the interplay between public interest and individual rights during the COVID-19 outbreak in Sri Lanka, a comparative legal analysis with selected jurisdictions. And we have three authors here. Two are from our own department, Ms. Ruantika Aryaratna and Mr. Sanath Vijayasinghe. And we also have Ms. Chaminya Adhikari, who is currently working as Assistant Registrar Legal and Documentation in the University of Visual and Performing Arts. So can I call upon, I think, Ruantika to present? Can you broadcast the recording, please?
Good afternoon. Today we are here to deliver a presentation on the research paper titled The Interplay Between Public Interest and Individual Rights During the COVID-19 Outbreak in Sri Lanka, a comparative legal analysis with selected jurisdiction. This paper is a co-authored paper by Ms. Kaminya Adhikari from the University of Visual and Performing Arts, Mr. Sanath Vijayasinghe and myself from the Department of Legal Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka. As we all know, the global pandemic of COVID-19 has become the most crucial global calamity of the century and the greatest challenge that the humankind faced since the Second World War. By 28th of October 2020, nearly 50 million cases have been reported all around the world with a record of deaths more than 1 million. This ratio indicates the gravity of the pandemic and threat towards mankind of the globe. If we move into the factual context of Sri Lanka, the pandemic has hit more than 8,000 people by 28th day of October with a record of 19 deaths. With the background information of the global pandemic, now I move into the introduction part of the research. The paper basically focused on the balancing of public interest and individual rights in preventing or combating process of the global pandemic of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has reinvigorated the debate of balancing conflicting interest of individual rights and public interest in regulating public health. Many countries face difficulties in balancing individual rights in the process of protecting public interest in COVID-19 policy. In general, COVID-19 restrictions that affect individual rights should not be arbitrarily imposed and should be proportionate to the extent in which to achieve the intended outcome. This tension between individual rights and public interest have permeated COVID-19 policing in Sri Lanka. In this context, this research paper intends to address the problem of whether the COVID-19 measures enforced in Sri Lanka can be challenged on the ground of arbitrariness and disproportionality. Or more specifically, how can we determine the appropriate scope of the infectious disease control measures in Sri Lanka in a way that is balanced way which appreciate both individual rights and public interest. Those are the objectives of the research. Due to the time constraint, I am moving to the research methodology. In order to achieve these objectives, the research was conducted as a legal doctrinal research, which goes for extensive literature review and comparative analysis. Now I move on to discuss the findings of the research. First, we will provide what are the individual rights and what mean by public interest. Individual rights are the liberties entertained by individuals to pursue life and goals of his or her lives. These rights are not absolute and are subject to restrictions. According to Black's Law Dictionary, public interests are the general welfare of the public that warrants recognition and protection and something in which the public as a whole has a stake, especially an interest that justifies government regulation. The history of recognizing public interest goes back to social contract theory of Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. This table indicates the impact of countermeasures taken at the prevention process of infection of COVID-19, like social distancing, border closure, isolation and quarantine, and community hygiene on public interest and individual rights. In fact, we can substantiate the proposition that individual rights are not absolute and public interest like public health takes priority over individual interest in the preventing mechanism of the global pandemic. Nevertheless, the proportionality or non-arbitrary nature of restricting individual rights in furthering public interest is yet to be explored. Now I am moving to discuss the constitutional and statutory mandates in Sri Lanka. We know the fundamental rights of the Sri Lankan citizen have been ensured in Chapter 3 of the 1978 Constitution. Most importantly, Chapter 3 contains both individual rights and their limitations. As you can see in this graph, the most vulnerable fundamental rights in the context of COVID-19 are the freedom of detention, freedom of movement, freedom of association, freedom of occupations, and freedom of expression ensured in Article 13 and 14 of the Constitution. However, as I discussed earlier, individual rights recognized in the international instruments or national laws are not absolute or immutable. There might be reasonable limitations on individual rights and liberty in order to protect public interest. Accordingly, Article 15(7) on the 1978 Constitution states that the government has lawful authority to restrict those fundamental rights declared and recognized by Article 12, 13, and 14 to protect the public interest, public health, and morality. With this constitutional background, I am moving forward to statutory mandates in Sri Lankan legal framework. Quarantine and Prevention of Disease Ordinance in 1897 is the main legislation which directly relevant to the prevention process of COVID-19 pandemic in Sri Lanka. Section 2 of the ordinance gives powers on the minister to make regulations to prevent spread of any disease in or outside Sri Lanka. As a recent step, in last October, the Minister of Health issued a regulation providing health guidelines to deal with COVID-19 outbreak. So, when analyzing these statutory provisions, it is evident that the quarantine ordinance is enabling limitation recognized in Article 15(7) of the Constitution. Accordingly, as we experienced in March 2020, Sri Lankan government has imposed an island-wide curfew and complete lockdown of selected areas in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So these strict legal measures directly impact on the enjoyment of several fundamental individual rights we discussed here. However, due to the nature of spreading this virus, restriction of movement and other individual rights are very much necessary for preventing this global pandemic. Therefore, we can argue that quarantine regulations, curfew and other legal measures imposed by Sri Lankan government have a substantial relation to protecting public health. But when concerning the legal rationality of the existing COVID-19 restriction in Sri Lanka, one of the major critiques appeared in this issue is that Sri Lankan government had failed to follow due process in imposing curfew. The quarantine ordinance does not grant any power to impose a curfew. Instead, Article 155 of the Constitution, read together with Section 16 of the Public Security Ordinance, confer powers on the President to issue curfew. However, the President has not taken any steps to exercise his power to issue emergency regulations. Therefore, in this paper, we argue that there is a procedural gap and lack of uniformity in Sri Lankan law in relating to control and prevention of infectious disease. Therefore, we analyzed the constitutional provisions and enabling regulations in Nepal and Singapore. Actually, similar to the Sri Lankan constitution, both Nepal and Singapore constitutions acknowledge individual rights and freedoms of the people while recognizing public health as a limitation. The significant feature of these two jurisdictions is availability of comprehensive legal framework for the control of infectious disease. In Nepal, Public Health Service Act in 2018 and Singapore Infectious Disease Act 1976 provide well-balanced and structured framework to impose restriction on individual rights to protect public health. In this table, you can see both Singapore and Nepal have imposed similar distancing and other measures. The important point is all these measures are well defined and interconnected with constitutional and statutory mandates. Therefore, as a conclusion, we would like to suggest that COVID-19 outbreak provides best opportunities for relevant stakeholders to design new law for the prevention and control of infectious disease in Sri Lanka that addresses the overlapping, outdated provisions, power imbalance and vagueness of the existing measures. Singapore and Nepal's statutory experiences could be used as models to design a robust infectious control law for Sri Lanka. As we described in this figure, such new law should be comprised with three elements, namely a central controlling authority, five cardinal elements, and ultimate aim of safe and security of the people and country. Then it would provide a greater balance for the conflict between individual rights and public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohantika, for that very, very interesting and very relevant at this time, your presentation, yours and Sanat's and Achintya's. It's open for discussion now. Can I request the presenters to turn on their videos? Any comments and or questions? Just unmute yourself and you can ask your question. Okay, once again, let me start off then. Ruantika, you all touched on several rights, which are very relevant, very pertinent. But there's a very controversial issue and a rather difficult issue, which touches on religious rights. And that is the issue of cremation of people of the Islamic faith, which has been very controversial. And there's a lot of, intense feeling about it from both sides. How would you address that issue?
Actually,
it's a very difficult issue.
Thank you very much for the question, Professor. Actually, I think the main reason behind this contradiction is the lack of proper legal framework in Sri Lanka. We suppose, if we have a very modern and very updated infectious control law, then we can add those kind of provisions into the law. I think that's one suggestion. And other thing is, actually we did this research during the first wave of COVID-19, and at that time there was no issue, no such religious issue at that time, Professor. But I think the main reason is this lack of the uniformity between the existing provisions. I think Sanat can be added some suggestions.
Yes. Yes, Ruantika. So, actually, Professor, that is a kind of the very difficult question to answer. Actually, because if we look at the community or the public interest perspective, we could argue that if the cremation is that the effect or affect to the entire society, or that the spread of the virus, so that should not be allowed. But when it comes to people's right or religious rights perspective, their rights also should be respected and recognized as well as protected. So we cannot just give some kind of direct answer for that, but we could suggest we can just look at other jurisdictions, whether they have some kind of similar issues relating to the cremation and other things like that, how COVID-19 measures or COVID-19 restrictions impact on the religious aspects. So we can take that examples when answering to this critical as well as pertinent issue. So that is what we have to do, I think.
Okay, I'm wondering whether some of these issues can be resolved by legal amendments alone, because particularly on a health issue, there's a lot of scientific information, and decisions have to be based on scientific information. And I think on this particular issue also, the scientific information is very contradictory and so on. So perhaps this is also an area where the law alone will not resolve controversial issues like this, and issues that really impact on people's lives, on health, on religion, and how do you strike this balance? And even the policy decisions that are being taken have to be based on what the medical people and the scientists are telling us. And we see what is happening in the US, the chaos that is happening there because the doctors are not being listened to. So I guess. So, Ramindu, do you have a question?
Yes, I just want to know your opinion about the issue of surveillance. Now, since this is an emergency situation, surveillance is being used like widespreadly, right? And they can also justify, you can monitor where individuals are going, they can gather data, and surveillance can be used. And also someone would argue that countries like China and Eastern Asian countries, they kind of combated the crisis in a relatively successful way because they use surveillance. But now the problem is this information gathered through surveillance can be used in other situations also. So I don't think we have a legal protection to like restrict the use of surveillance to the pandemic situation. So I just want to know your idea about the issue of surveillance.
Actually, I can give some kind of suggestions relating to that question, because in our research, we just wanted to propose a kind of a balance mechanism. Balance mechanism means because now the existing mechanism just focus on public health. But when we discuss about public health, now there is a concept called the health governance. The concept of public health is purely based on criminal law perspectives, but when it comes to health governance, it intersects with some other concept, just like health justice and multi-sectoral approach, as well as right-based approach. So if we can interconnect these three cardinal principles of public health governance, which are health equity, multi-sectoral approach, as well as the right-based approach, I think based on these kind of pillars, we could suggest some kind of balanced regulation infectious disease control law for Sri Lanka. In that law, some provisions could be introduced to monitor or control or have some kind of oversight on the data gathering from the surveillance system, I think. So
I think that's why in this paper we argue that the existing law, the outdated law, this outdated law should be amended according to this new approach.
Okay. Ramindu, do you have a follow-up comment?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we have a successful model for the moment, because like in Western countries, which gives prominence to individual liberties, we see that the measures like lockdown, they fail, right? Because they consider individual liberties as valuable. But on the other hand, countries which have authoritarian kind of government, they successfully combat the issue, but the impact of surveillance on individual rights is a problem. So I think we are yet to see a successful model which kind of balance the both aspects. That's what I see.
That is why we have to take examples not from particular jurisdiction. We have to search and take examples from some other jurisdictions, several jurisdictions, and to that the absorb the special kind of provisions and make a kind of a robust as well as balanced legislation. So that is what we propose in this research.
Yes, so there are. Do you want to ask?
Yes, actually, it's not a question. I just want to ask clarifications from the researchers. It's relating to the question what Professor Kamina asked relating to religious rights. Because now there is an issue, as Professor mentioned, against the Muslims with regards this COVID-19, how they're celebration. And my question is, Ruantika Sanadin, the other researcher, that is also it's important individual right. As this moment, can we that also can't we relate that particular also with religious right with Article 10 of the Constitution? Because wouldn't it be a violation of fundamental right? I mean, what is your opinion? I'm just asking a clarification, Simon.
Yes, I think we can agree with Yashodharami's suggestion because Article 10 is an absolute provision of the Constitution that cannot be restricted.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
that cannot be. Yeah, that
Because
cannot be.
that's what I was thinking doing your when Professor asked, it came into my mind because now you have mentioned 15.7 restrictions. Because 15.7 restrictions are for certain rights in our constitution, 10 and 11 are absolute rights. Now, if we take a strong argument with religious rights, because you can't make any restriction on that. So if we take that position, it is a fundamental right violation. So that's what, why don't you add that also into your research, because it gives you a more kind of valid, because it's a contemporary issue, because as you pointed out, wave one, it is not. If you look further, develop your research, maybe we are in now wave two, we are facing other issues as well, as Professor mentioned. So why don't you think on that aspect? So that's my suggestions, and thank you.
It's a valid argument because Article 15.7 is not applicable for the this religious right. So I think it's a valid argument, and we will take it as a valid comment to develop our research.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, we'll get on to the next topic. The title of the next presentation is An Analysis on the Modern Grounds for Judicial Review of Administrative Action in Sri Lanka. And we have Ms. IAR Athukorala, who is currently in the Bayamba University as Assistant Register Legal and Documentation, an LLB graduate from University of Colombo, and currently reading for the LLM also in Colombo. So can I request for that presentation to be broadcast, please?
I am Rohaniatha Korala, and today I am delivering my presentation under the topic An Analysis on the Modern Grounds for Judicial Review of Administrative Action in Sri Lanka. The structure of my presentation is as follows: introduction and methodology, research and discussion, our last part, conclusion and recommendations. In the research and discussion part, doctrine of ultra-virus and judicial review, development of grounds of judicial review in Sri Lanka. Under that, public trust doctrine, legitimate expectation, proportionality, natural justice, private entities and judicial review, right to equality and equal protection of law will be discussed. Introduction and methodology. Judicial review of administrative actions is based on various principles in administrative law. Doctrine of ultra vires is not the sole basis of judicial review. Sri Lankan judiciary has developed various grounds for judicial review of administrative actions in Sri Lanka. The ultimate purpose of those grounds is ensuring the rights of the people by controlling the administrative discretion. Methodology. The extended literary review methodology is used as the research methodology of this research. As primary sources, the Constitution of Sri Lanka and judgments were used. Further, as secondary sources, textbooks, journal articles, and web sources related to the scope of research were utilized. Research and discussion. While some scholars argue that the sole foundation for judicial review is ultra vires, others argue that there are some more grounds apart from the doctrine of ultra vires for judicial review, like public trust, legitimate expectation, proportionality, and natural justice. In the light of constitutionalism, Sri Lanka has very clear divergent path, namely the writs and fundamental rights. Writs are descriptively mentioned in Article 140, 155p4 in the Constitution. Fundamental rights guaranteed by the Chapter 3 of the Constitution with Article 126 of the Constitution regarding the breach of fundamental rights. Now I am moving to the grounds of judicial review. First one, for public trust and public interest litigation. It is an accepted principle that the government holds property as a public trust on behalf of the citizens in the country. A very good example for that is the Mandi case. In that case, the court has stated administrative acts and decisions contrary to the public trust doctrine, it violates or violation of fundamental rights would be in excess of abuse of power and therefore void or voidable. And this argument is again applied in Environmental Foundation Limited versus Urban Development Authority, which is known as Goldface Greenpeace, and Sugata Parliamentis and others versus Chandrika Bandaranaike Kumaratunga and others, which is known as Waters H case. In these two cases, this public trust concept is well applied. And in the Pulankulama case, the court has stated sovereignty was borne by the public authorities for the sake of people, and they are only temporary bearers of those powers. Therefore, such powers must be exercised for the well-being of the people. In these cases, we can see how the court has ensured the rights of the people. Next point is the legitimate expectation. In this, the court will seek if there is a breach of the reasonable expectation of a citizen by a decision of a public authority. In Vikramaratna versus Jayaratna case, court has decided that not giving any opportunity to make representations is not procedurally fair, and there was a legitimate expectation of following the fair procedure. In a most recent case, the Aryaratna and others versus N.K. Nanayakar. N.K. Nanayakar was the IGP. This is a very descriptive judgment on legitimate expectation, and it has described how this concept has go beyond the procedural scope, and now it has reached to the substantive manner in the legitimate expectation. Next point of mine is the proportionality. The decision maker should not use the discretionary powers in an excessive way in decision making. Very good examples for this topic is Premaratna versus University Grants Commission and Caldera versus University of Peradeniya. In these two cases, the idea of proportionality between the offense and punishment is highlighted. Then I am moving to N.V. Gunaratna case. In that case, Justice Anil Gunaratna has accepted that as a ground of judicial review by stating the petitioner's submission on proportionality is a recognized principle in administrative law. Next point of mine is the natural justice. This is based on audi alteram partem rule. Although in the former cases in Sri Lanka, it was decided in a very narrow way, stating that only judiciary and quasi-judiciary bodies have responsibilities to follow natural justice. But later, this narrow view of judiciary has widened by accepting that all bodies which exercise power and discretion must take decisions according to natural justice. And this new trend is accepted in Disanayaka versus Khalil case. And another trend of judicial review in Sri Lankan judiciary is the private entities. With the private entities, decisions made by the private entities which are exercising public powers. Also questioned in the cases like Bolankulama, Harjani versus Indian Overseas Bank. And this can be taken as a very progressive steps towards the right of the public, because the ultimate purpose of this judicial review of private entities is ensuring the rights of the people. Then the right to equality and protection of the law, it is ruled by Article 12(1) of the Constitution also, and it's a very progressive judgment, Karunadasa versus Unique Jamestown case. Courts have articulated a better developed argument in stating that right to receive reasons by a government or public authority is attached with the right to equal protection of law guaranteed by the Article 12(1) of the Constitution. So I am moving to my last part of the presentation, conclusions and recommendations. Sri Lanka has moved to right-based approach now. It has surpassed the idea that the sole ground for judicial review is ultra vires. Sri Lankan judiciary has developed various grounds for judicial review from time to time, namely public trust doctrine, public interest litigation, proportionality, legitimate expectation, natural justice, and right to equality by the active and creative contribution of the judiciary. But some disputes can be occurred in the future by not having a unitary code for judicial review. Whether the courts will always follow the same approach in order to ensure rights of individuals, and ambiguity in the grounds for judicial review are some of them. So it is suggested to establish a written guide on the right-based review of administrative actions by courts in Sri Lanka. To improve this progressive trend, codifying these grounds as directive principles for the judiciary will be more useful for the future. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions on that. So it's open for comments and questions. Can you turn on your video so that the audience can see you? Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions on that? Or any comments that would help our presenter? Yes, Yasodhara.
Ruwani, thank you very much for your question. I have two questions. One is that you mentioned that judicial review, now even the decisions of private entities are also subject to judicial review. That you said that's a progressive approach because traditionally the public authorities are accountable, so their decisions are being reviewed by judiciary. But as you said, the private entities are also coming under the purview of, under administrative law. It's the recent trend. My question to you is that what are the prerequisites that has to be fulfilled in order for the courts to review the decisions of private entities? That is my first question, right? Can I ask the second question also?
Yes,
Yeah. Second question is, do you think that Right to Information Act is also kind of an instrument that can be used in Sri Lanka now, make the administrative officers accountable for their decisions? So, how court can, use that Right to Information Act to review their legality of administrative actions? Those are my two questions.
Yes, madam. First, for the answer for the first question is reviewing the private actions of private entities which are exercising activities in a nature of public power, which are the companies or private entities which are exercising the activities which is handling, they are handling the public power. Then second question, for the answer, yes, Right to Information Act is very helpful in this process. Even we are working as government employees, we have to give many informations sometimes which are not available to the public always, but to question on action of a public body, the act can be used to do that duty thing by the courts.
Okay, the first question you answered the ground. Can you give me some examples in Sri Lanka where the private entities have gone under judicial review? Any particular case? And
Harjani versus Indian Overseas Bank case, and I have referred to the Bulankulam case too in my paper. Harjani case was the most significant case as I have found it.
Okay. And your second one, you said that Right to Information. Now, actually, it's a comment now. If Right to Information Act is properly implemented, if administrative officers are accountable under that act, then you would face, less cases in judicial review. Because if you are accountable under that Right to Information Act, then the court will also, the burden of the court will also, to a certain extent, will be reduced. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I see Ramindu. Ramindu, you have your hand up. Ramindu, you want to ask a question?
No, madam, no.
Okay, yeah, your hand was up. Ruwani, I was wondering whether it would be interesting for you to do a comparative study with a jurisdiction like South Africa, where they have also brought their constitutional provisions into various areas of law. You did not think of looking at some other jurisdictions?
Yes, madam. I think it's better if I do a comparative analysis on this research. I will develop my researches in the future, madam. Thank you very much for your proposal.
Okay. Yes, it's very interesting. So I hope you'll carry it forward. Okay.
Yes, madam. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, in that case, we have our final presentation, and it's by one of our own staff members, Anuttara, and her Topic is patentability of software-related inventions in Sri Lanka. Specific guidelines with reference to sophisticated jurisdictions. Can we please have the recording?
Hello everyone. I am KKG Anuttara, lecturer, Department of Legal Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka. My research work is based on the topic of patentability of software-related inventions in Sri Lanka, suitable legal guidelines with reference to sophisticated jurisdictions. My research work is based on these major topics, and I consider about the introduction to this research. As we all know, one of the transforming revolutions in the history of science can be recognized as inventions and large scale of computers. Computers cannot work automatically, as we know. They need extraneous instructions to carry out the designated tasks. So, such instructions are human made and they are given to the computers in an encoded form, and the instructions are known as programs of or software. In many cases, implementing an invention in software rather than in hardware is more rapid and is the fastest and more cost-effective way to get a product to market. The copyright and patent are two different types of intellectual properties which provide protection to software. Copyright protection is for expression and not to ideas, procedures, method, or operation or mathematical concepts such as software. In that case, we can recognize that the protection of those softwares seems difficult. Therefore, the problem statement of this research is to examine whether the existing law for patent in Sri Lanka is adequate to recognize software-related inventions as a patentable invention or not. And the aim is to analyze some progressive jurisdictional, legal and policy backgrounds which can be adapted as positive guidelines to ensure the patentability of software in the event that the Sri Lankan judiciary would come across any controversial issues of patenting software in the objective of this research is basically depend on finding more sophisticated guidelines from other doctrinal jurisdictions to recognize software-related inventions under the ambit of the patent law of Sri Lanka. And furthermore, the objective is to analyze the possibilities of recognizing software-related inventions under the patent requirements of Sri Lankan intellectual property. Therefore, the methodology for achieving these objectives can be recognized as a doctrinal analysis of foreign legislations on software patentability and reviewing of research articles and when we consider about the discussions of the findings with relevant to this research area, there is a question which arises is whether the existing laws governing patents of Sri Lanka necessarily recognize software as a patentable invention or not. And also, the prevailing Sri Lankan intellectual property law neither expressly excluded nor accept the patentability of software. And the problem which is engaged with the Sri Lankan process is that Sri Lanka still do not recognize the patentability of the software expressly. As we know that we don't have a specific kind of description or an interpretation to recognize what are softwares. Basically, in a formal way, we can recognize software is something which refers to a computer program, program description and program user instructions. But in Sri Lankan law, we do not recognize kind of an interpretation to yeah. And also the uniqueness of computer software based on its literary as well as functional or technical applications. Whenever a person is trying to get the patentability for any kind of a software, they should have to recognize the difference between the literary aspects and also the technical aspects of the software included in a software. Many countries protects expression of software under copyrights, but not the machinery process. So in that case, we have to recognize a kind of a new way to protect the machinery process of the softwares and to protect a software as a whole. And also, non-literal aspect of software infringements are not protected by copyrights. That therefore, we have to recognize or we have to introduce or propose the patentability or patent protection for softwares. When we consider about the patent requirements of Sri Lanka or the position of software in Sri Lanka, there is a basic there are basic requirements for granting a patent are well defined in section 63 of the IP Act of Sri Lanka. According to that, whenever a person applying for the patent protection for some kind of invention that he invented, he should have to prove that it involves with novelty, inventive step, or and industrial applicability. So, according to the section 64(1) of the Intellectual Property Act, Sri Lankan patent law requires an invention to meet absolute or universal novelty. It means it requires a very standard level of absolute or universal novelty. And also in the section 65 mention, an invention shall be considered an involving an inventive step if having regard to the prior art relevant to the patent application claim in the invention. Such inventive step could not have been obvious to a person having ordinary skill in the art. So these provisions are and application of these provisions for software seems hard, that because Sri Lankan law still does not recognize what a software means. So therefore, a suitable and informative definition for software which identified the difference between the mirror expression and the mathematical or systematic level of expression is much needed. So therefore, we can get kind of guidance from US law. US recognized software as an algorithm. According to the judgment of Diamond versus Dire, they explain what are algorithm. According to them, a fixed step-by-step procedure for accomplishing a given result, usually a simplified procedure for solving a complex problem, also a full statement of finite number of steps. So whenever there is a problem relating to the patentability of software, we can use these kind of interpretation to get an idea about the softwares. And also the State Street Bank case also identified a new way of identification for softwares. As it mentioned, mathematical algorithm also patentable as long as their application produce a useful, concrete and tangible results. And furthermore, as mentioned by Lloyd in his book of Information Technology Law, when considering the mix of technological and non-technological features consist in an invention, and if the non-technical features performing the nominating part of the invention, it should need to first in case consider the technical part of the invention as the basic assessing inventive step. It means whenever there is a technical part, it should also have to be get kind of a protection, and in here I propose that it should have to be given the patentable protection. And according to the US 1990 Federal Circuit Court judgments, if the entire process was simply a mathematical algorithm, then the invention was not patentable. If on the other hand, the invention used software to manipulate and compute numbers that represented real world value, then the invention was patentable. The basic idea of United States perspective is that it does not highly encourage the fact of sufficient technical nature like in Europe, but the new concept of usefulness. The basic of this research is mostly depend on finding a kind of a specific interpretation or a description for software with relevant to the Sri Lankan perspectives. So achieving these objective, I prefer some steps to be done since Sri Lankan law does not recognize a specific interpretation for software. It is important to get a guidance from other jurisdictions to find out what are software, then recognize the requirements for getting patents in Sri Lanka and analyzing them with relevant to the interpretation of software can be very useful to get an idea to understand in what way, or in which process that we should have to taken to recognize software under the capacity of patentability or patent protection. So my reference are like this. So, and again, I must have to tell you that this research is based on my existing knowledge relating to the research topic. I am still working on this. So afterward, I'm getting more information, and afterward, I'm doing more research relating to this subject matter. I would be able to produce kind of a good research article to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anuttara. That was a very informative presentation, and I'm sure there'll be some questions on that. Can you turn, yeah, please turn on your video. And it's now open for comments and questions. Just unmute yourself and ask a question, please.
Hello. Gimhani.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So thank you for your presentation. I think it's very informative as well as timely relevant. So I would like to just make a suggestion to enhance your present research further. So as we discussed earlier, there's a tug of war between intellectual property scholars whether software should be given copyright protection or patent protection. So I think you can take some kind of, you can read those arguments and get some insights from these arguments, especially when it comes to Sri Lanka, that we know that the patentability criteria are very high in Sri Lanka because we don't recognize kind of petty patent system or second tier patent system on Sri Lanka. So that would be a kind of a barrier if we are trying to offer patent protection for software in Sri Lanka. So making suggestions. So as you said that non-literal aspects, there are literal as well as non-literal aspects related to software, because non-literal aspects, when it comes to literal aspects, they use particular language, software language or the computer language, and write in a particular way. So the idea and expressions of idea is generally protects under copyright law. I think we don't need any kind of definition or any kind of interpretation to protect literal aspects of software under existing copyright mechanism of Sri Lanka. So we have some kind of protection in Sri Lankan context. So we have to look into the question that whether the non-literal aspects can be protected under patentability or the patent law of Sri Lanka. So I think you can get some kind of good ideas or insights by looking at those arguments in the international level. So thank you for your presentation. That is my suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanath. Are there any other?
Professor, may I ask
Yes,
some?
of course. Go ahead, Anuttara.
Sanath sir, I found kind of a interpretation for computer program in the Intellectual Property Law Act. That means it only concern about kind of a single program, computer program. But I figure out that softwares are engaged with many kind of different computer programs. It's like a collection of computer programs. The copyrights are already engaged with copywriting those computer programs. So my concern is when there is a collection of those computer programs we recognize as a software, we should have to be more specifically recognize kind of another way to protect that kind of collection of computer programs. So what I already got to know about the field is we have to recognize software as a separate thing from computer programs. So may I do kind of that thing, sir? I think I am correct. Computer programs and softwares are two different things. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, Gimhani, your interpretation is correct. But when it comes to copyrights, the essence of copyright protection, it says presentation of ideas in a creative way can be protected by copyright. So that definition is there in the Act. It means that the copyright provisions of the Intellectual Property Act provides a kind of overarching definition for copyright. So we can protect softwares under copyright law, or specifically the literally aspects of copyright softwares under intellectual property law.
I think so. It means the interface of the software. It means that
yes.
expression of the software.
Yeah. Your argument is correct, Gimhani. So you can just propose kind of a comprehensive protection. You can emphasize that, okay, copyright protection as well as patent protection. So kind of a bigger protection or the robust protection for software under Sri Lankan law.
It is like complete package.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments for Anuttara? Anybody else wants to speak? Okay. Then we have come to the end of this session, and it's time to bring it to a close. And I would like to thank all the presenters for their very relevant and interesting presentations, and I hope they will carry their research forward into full publications. Thank you very much to all the presenters. Before we close, I would also like to thank the Director Research and the entire team of the OUSL Research Sessions 2020 for the hard work that they put in to make these sessions a success. And they have faced many challenges, including converting it to this online Zoom session at the last minute, which required a huge effort with backup from the technical staff as well. But thanks to their efforts, we have concluded it very successfully. And I would like to congratulate everybody on the hard work that they have put in. And I'm sure we are all very grateful and appreciate this. So finally, I'd like to thank all of you also. We had many people logging in who listened, who gave helpful comments and questions, and who gave encouragement to all the 7 presenters and helped them also in their research. And we hope to see some of you all presenting next year as well. So I'll bring these sessions to a close.
Professor?
And thank you once again.
Professor?
Yes, Anuttara.
Yeah, Professor, I would like to thank all of the people who supported us to take this opportunity. Most importantly, Ashodhara ma'am supported us very well, and I thank her well. And also thank you, Professor, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anuttara. Yes, Yasodhara did a lot of hard work. She's the convener of the law session. And she also had to coordinate this Zoom session. So thank you, Yasodhara also. Okay, so if anyone else doesn't have any more comments, we'll bring this to a close now. So thank you everybody again and have a good evening. And I'm going to conclude the session.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, the session is closed now, everybody. Thank you.